There's something for every imagination at your local comic shop. Visit ComicShopLocator.com to find a store near you.
It's what we do in the comic shop. It's what we do in the comic shop. When we power down those neon lights in the back room, we're still burning bright with Dr. Christie, real sweet too. It's time to move some back issues. It's what we do in the comic shop. 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 It's Ghost.
Hey, everybody. Look at the special, looky there. Who's that? Look at the special guest today. It's Maverick. Hi. Yeah. Oh, Little Sweet? You see Little Sweet? Hi, Maverick. I'm Little Sweet. Little Sweet. Is that not the cutest thing in the world right here? Oh, look at all the books. Little Sweet. Yeah, this is all I'm going to do for a while. Ah, poor Little Sweet. Hi, Little Sweet. Chuck says, hi, Maverick. We're going to go upside down. Oh, why'd you drop your ball? Oh, no. This is a whole show today. We're just going to show Maverick. Maverick is a weirdo. Isn't he just a cute little baby? Mwah. So, welcome to What We Do in the Comic Shop. My name is Dr. Christy Blanche. And there's Katie Did. She said hi, Maverick, too. Say hi, Katie Did. Hi, hi, hi. Say hi, hi, hi. Ari better get here. She's going to have a heart attack if she doesn't get to see you on here. Turn this down. Look, you're there too. Sorry, we just had to get that going. Everybody saw my armpit. All right. There's Will Britton. Says hello. Everybody's saying hi to Maverick because he's so cute. Because he's so cute. So he's our little helper. Yep, those are comic books. You like comic books, don't you? Yeah. There's so much to see and do in here. So it's like somebody tag Ari. We have so many books to show today, don't we? We have just so many. Oh, yeah, yeah. There's so much over here for you to see. We've got Captain America and Wolverine and Hulk. I'm Hulk. Yeah, lots for you to see. He's got a few little things. Ari Maverick is here. I may talk about you a lot on the show. Oh, yeah. There's a picture of you and me. Yeah, when you were a baby. A little baby. Anyway. I know. He's fine. He's good. So, what do you want to see over there? We are going to welcome What We Do in the Comic Shop, named after the greatest TV show and movie in the world. Oh, I wanted Wolverine. Okay, we can do that. I just hope to hear. Oh, please. There. He just wanted Wolverine. Can you blame him? You dropped your ball. But you have... Oh my gosh. Go. He's got snicked. Yeah. Okay. He is handsome, Josh. We are out of All Yeah Comics. Too scary for me. All Yeah Comics in Muncie, Indiana. Sorry, a little distracted. We can go over some rules real quick. If I show a book, let's show a book. You want to show a book? If I show a book and I say, hey, everybody, this is Ghost Rider 54. Please put Ghost 54, Rider 54, GR 54, Ghosty 54, that Ghost Rider that says the orb on it, something like that. And he's eating Wolverine now. I guess they're battling. And there you go. So please put the name, it can be abbreviated, and the title. If you are new here, please, and you do make a claim, please send me a direct message, Christina Blanche, or What We Do in the Comic Shop, with your email so that we can be in touch about invoicing and shipping. We do ship at the end of the week. We ship USPS, and there you go. If you do claim a book, it is a first person we see here. Producer Kyle is in the ether somewhere, and he will say who gets the book. And there is no dickering. We have a no dickering policy. The books are priced at what the books are priced. So there we go. No dickering. I like that one. And Little Sweet just took a tumble. So here, you go over there. You get Little Sweet. There you go. So no dickering. Also, what did we say about Fight Club? No, we did not have a baby. This is my grandbaby. But thank you, Ray. What was it? What was I saying, Grace?
I don't know.
I don't remember. Anyway, what did I say about Fight Club? No Fight Club. Tell everybody about it. Please like the EXP on Twitter, on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitch. And tonight, after this show, there will be 2 interviews, one with Howard Chaykin and one with Keef Kross. Then go over to Twitch and you can see Taja Beats. He just hit his head. He's fine. I need a backup Little Sweet. I do. Little Sweet's used to it. He's all fine. Mwah. Okay, he broke the doctor. Yeah. Is that all the rules? Just and everybody be nice. So there you go. Hi, James. Hi, Ray. Hi, Lou. Hi, Joshua. Hi, Katie did. Hi. I said hi to Ray. Who else is here? We've got hi, Will. Hi, Chuck. So there you go. So I say we ready to start selling some books? Grace is here. My daughter is here helping me tonight until Jeff gets here. So there we go. Rob somewhere. I think he's making me coffee, I hope. All right, let's sell some books. We're going to start with some 5s, 10s, 20s, expensive books. 5s, 10s, 20, expensive books. I like big books, and I cannot lie. All right, Rob just brought me coffee, so all is right with the world. And let's get started. Be kind, rewind. Let's get started. Let's get this party started. All right. Our first book is how much, Little Sweet? You want to tell us? You do? Oh, you like Maverick. I like Maverick too. Little Sweet likes Maverick. You ready? How much is it? $5. Little Sweet. Maverick said that. You want to come say $5? He's like, I got Wolverine. I'm good. All right. Just in about, I say another year, he'll be up here helping me. It's going to be awesome. I'll give him a year. He gets to watch John Wick when he's 7 with me. He may have already seen it with me, but that's okay. All right. Don't tell Grace. Our first book is a newer book, Hail Hydra, #1. I believe this was from 2015. Hail Hydra #1, little Rick Remender there for you. $5. These are all $5, by the way, but I'll probably say it about 20 times. Do not make it a drinking game. You won't make it until the first break. So $5. I've got a couple of those of Hail Hydra. Super awesome. Ant-Man in theaters July 17th. What's a theater? Ooh, $5 for Supergirl in Action Comics. Action Comics $6.85. Action Comics $6.85. I'm going to hold this car up like Superman did. Speaking of Superman, here is Action Comics $6.84 for $5. Doomsday. The boys aren't back in town, but Lobo is. Lobo #3. Lobo's back. One more time. That's what he's singing. That's all I remember from the song, though. So
Seriously?
yeah, that's it. Here's Civil War II, number 2, the Steranko version. It is $5. Eric, Chris Curry. My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, number 7, cover A, $5. My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic. The Mighty Thor, starring in Marvel Spectacular, number 16. Marvel Spectacular, number 16, Abandoned on Earth. You ought to know this one. It is number 66 of Gene Autry. Back in the saddle again. It's the only song I know by him also. So here's Daredevil, number 167. Daredevil 167, $5. Collector's bonus, Daredevil's Dark Secrets. You get to look in his diary where he's written in it. Today, I saw this girl I have a crush on. Well, I didn't actually see her. Hi, Caleb. Caleb got first blood. Peter Parker, The Spectacular Spider-Man, number 110, $5. Here is for Caleb. Gene Autry. He Autry, no. Justice League of America, number 144, $5. I'll crush you all. You'll never get the chance to form your Justice League. Ha ha ha. Caleb Swenson. Okay. Detective Comics, number 565. Detective 565. Who or what is the Love Killer? The Love Killer. Soon we'll be axing Batman a question.
Do you want me to tell you if I see it on here?
It'll pop up, like here, James Sanchez,
Oh, okay.
JLA 144. Producer Kyle's on the other end doing that. So here's James Sanchez. Hi, James. All-Star Comics, number 65, with the Super Squad. I've crossed the centuries to kill you, Superman. For with your death, I become the immortal villain. Vandal Savage, $5. West Coast Avengers, number 5, $5. Pray for the werewolf. Pray for the Avengers. Ha! Pray and pray. West Coast Avengers, number 18. This is why we need numbers, because there's 5 and there's 18. Chuck wants All-Star. Hey now, you're an All-Star. Get your game on. Go play. That's for Chuck. Batman Night Gallery. I really like Night Gallery, by the way, with Rod Serling. I know some people don't, but I really dig it. This is a different Night Gallery, though. It has nothing to do with that. Night Gallery. This is an Elseworld story. No number needed. Batman Night Gallery. How about number 57 of Swamp Thing? You make my heart sing? Oh, also, I forgot to mention, you may not see on the Facebook feed somebody who's calling book, because you can get on Twitter and YouTube and call them also. So there you go. Just wanted to mention that. And it gives me an excuse to come over here and get coffee. Oh, it's hot. How about Superman number 300? Superman 2001. Just imagine the Man of Steel coming to Earth as a baby today. I used to have this on a shirt. I don't know what happened to that shirt. Here is a magazine. It is creepy. It's pretty creepy. It's got lions and tigers and no bears. Oh my. It's got a little, looks like a little kind of Mandarin thing. Ooh, ooh, ha, ha, ha. Creepy number 103, $5. She's so creepy. Demon Beasts Unleashed. This one isn't creepy, but it's eerie. Eerie number 61, $5. He was dead, yet he walked away from his grave. They called him Coffin, the Coward, a corpse who ran from life. There you go. Eerie number 61. Plus the Money, Captain Blood, and Dr. Arceus. There you go. Elvis! What's that? Creepy number 74 is $5. It's very bright and pinky. So Blair would like it. Pinky up. Only $5 for those. How about a little Captain America 363? Never cross crossbones. Sorry, I did it already. Fantastic Four, $2.99. She-Hulk is going to punch him through the bricks. Looney Tunes, $142. Looney Tunes, $142. And Red Sonja, number 2. We also have Gene Autry, number 47. There's a fire. And a Weird Western Tales, number 33. Katie Aiken and her frogs. This is for Katie did. You can let him down. He'll be all right. Tell Rob to come in here.
Rob.
That was Grace. So Gene Autry, 47, sorry. And Weird Western Tales, number 33, $5. We also have Turok, number 83. No honkers, though. Oh. Oh. That's my honker sound. Yeah, yes, Mark Scott. Mark Scott. Oh, I almost showed that book. All right, more $5. Amazing Spider-Man. Amazing Spider Nanny. Amazing Spider-Man, number 223. Number 223. Weird Western Tales for Caleb. There you go. Freedom Fighters, number 12. Gene Autry for Caleb. Freedom Fighters, number 12. Mark Scott loves the honkers, see? Here is DC Science Fiction Time Warp, number 2. Let's do that again. The Time Warp, number 2. Get it? Let's do the Time Warp again. Yeah. It's $5. Turok 83. It was the honkers that sold it. The honkers noise, wasn't it, Caleb? You tell her. Here is Amazing Spider-Man 292. Somebody wanted me to pick him up. That's okay. We can do this. Spider-Man 2. We can get you on the camera, though. Spider-Man 292. My Little Pony. This is by Tom Zoller, one of our good friends. My Little Pony, number 5. Friends Forever. Looney Tunes. Let's get this book. It's over here. Get this for Mama. Get this for your Mama. Looney Tunes for Caleb. Ooh, it's a framey-do. Fantastic Four, $2.96. Little thing. Here is Jace Pearson's Texas Rangers, number 13. West Coast Avengers, number 30. I need to get you on the screen. West Coast Avengers 30, the Composite Avenger. Venom Space Knight, number 2, $5. I just want it noted. You tagged Ari and messaged all her family to give Maverick notice. I can't believe she's missing it. And there's a framey-do, right? How about, want to talk about this one? Yeah? Want to hold it up there? Hold it up there. Peter Parker, The Spectacular Spider-Man, number 66. It's $5. You're such a good boy. Yeah. Yeah. You like that book? Yeah, me too. West Coast Avengers, number 3 is $5. Yeah, we got to get this book right here. We got to get that. That's for Caleb. Here is Marvel Spectacular, number 19. Yeah, we'll get to that one in a minute. Marvel Spectacular, When Strikes the Wrecker. That would be your name, the Wrecker. Yeah, see? He says he wants that one. All right, Red Wolf #1. I believe this one is like 2015-ish. Red Wolf #1, $5. I said $5 again. I try and break myself from that habit. DC Comics presents #51, Superman and the Atom. I will not rest until you've been avenged, Superman. I will avenge you, by Grabthar's Hammer. Firestorm, the Nuclear Man #7. The woman's name is Plastique. $5. Want a little sweet again? Okay. Here is DC Comics presents #2, Superman and Flash. Superman and Flash. 25 pages of pulse-pounding pandemonium. Okay. Here you go. Go off, little man. See the world.
Good boy.
How about Detective Comics $4.79? Vengeance of Vampirella #11. Jace Pearson's Texas Rangers #19. #19. I don't know. Who's #2? I'm guessing it's this. Yep. That's for Chuck. I just got to see Chuck today. That's pretty fun. Here is Brain Boy #6. Brain Boy #6. Texas Rangers 19. That is for Caleb. We got a little Vampirella Lady Death. No number needed. Vampirella Lady Death. And Razor Torture #5. Dark Destiny #1. It's a Dark Destiny. I don't know what number that is. Howard the Duck #1. Chip Zdarsky. Trapped in a world he's grown accustomed to. $5 for little Howard the Duck. Here is Chastity Theater of Pain #3. Theater of Pain #3 for Chastity. Here's Amazing Spider-Man 192. Amazing Spider-Man 192, just for you. We've got Brain Boy for Caleb. We have Howard the Duck. Howard the Duck. That is for Ray. And Razor for Cody. Hi, Cody. Hi, Ray. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. And here is The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. This is Dell Movie Classic #1114. 1114. And The Story of Ruth. This is Dell Movie Classics 1144. Feel like I'm like doing a CB. Hey, this is Dell 1144. We got a 750 going on. I don't know what any of that means. And Chastity for Cody. Let's see if we can get through these before the break. Think we can, Rob?
I bet you can.
I bet you can. I believe in myself. Here is Witchblade 28. It's that blade. $5. Hellboy and the BPRD #1, The Return of Effie Kolb. Marvel Spectacular 17, starring the mighty Thor. If the Thunder Be Gone. I don't know why that's a pirate thing, but it should be. Here is Hi-Yo Silver, #36. I'm going to beat you up with my hooves. Looney Tunes 131. There's Elmer Fudd. It's Wabbit season. Marvel Superheroes #51. $5. Peter Parker The Spectacular Spider-Man, number 65, $5. Story of Ruth for Caleb. Wabbit Season in silver for Caleb. Got you. West Coast Avengers, number 2, $5. Just fixing this little wire here. Marvel Spectacular number 15, starring the mighty Thor for Asgard. Oh, goodness. Superman in Action Comics number 684, $5. You can't mess with that, buddy. I know. Red Wolf for Russ. Hi, Russ. And Looney Tunes for Caleb. There's some of those puffs in there, Rob. Swamp Thing, number 5, is $5. And Superboy, number 182, is $5. How the Boy Became the Batman. Extra, The Amazing Tots of Smallville. Not as amazing as Maverick. Wonder Woman number 300. It's $5. Wonder Woman 300. Lady Death Odyssey number 2, $5. Lady Pendragon number 9. Number 9. Number 9. Get him those puffs. Dark Child number 5. Squadron Sinister number 1, $5. I have 3 of these. Hyperion, Nighthawk, Dr. Spectrum, Wizard, and Warrior Woman. Zarda, Blur, Lady Death Vampirilla. That was over here, I believe. That's for Russ. And Lady Pen for Cody. Here is a manga, She Says Ye, number 1. So it's She manga. Maverick is so cute. JLA 14, Rock of Ages, part 5. Witchblade, number 45.
That blade?
That blade.
Her?
Here's a gold key spotlight on Dagar. Dagar the Horrible.
A Dengar?
He's got a dagger in Dagar, unless that's Dagar. Doom flies on scarlet wings. So Dagger is getting stabbed by a dagger, $5. Oh, that's not $5. Amazing Spider-Man, $2.28. Daredevil, $1.92. I'm falling for you. Help me. Those aren't $5. Apparently, I put some wrong ones in that file. I mean, that file pile. And here is Powers of X, number 2. This is the Mystique action figure variant. $5. Grace is ready to claim it if nobody else does. We have Jace Pearson, Tales of the Texas Rangers, number 16. Sabu, Elephant Boy, number 30, is also $5. And in honor of him, I was hoping I could find it, Maverick.
Why don't I want that?
Maverick number 8. I have one for you. It's the one that I like the best, but I can't find a frame for it yet.
Okay.
Maverick, $5. This is number 8. See that, Maverick? I'm selling you. And Henry Aldrich, number 22, is $5.
He's grabbed like 6 puffs with one handful.
All right. We need to take a break. Susie says hello, Grace.
Hello.
We have Texas Rangers right here for Caleb. And Maverick. Sorry, you've been bought. Those are for Caleb. And, oh, wait, one more. And then there's Henry Aldrich. So there we go. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll be right back with $10 books.
To be continued. 3 little words that hold the secret to the next great story. 3 words that will thrill you, confound you, give life to new possibilities. Every variation of To Be Continued is a promise of adventure, a promise of excitement, a promise of unseen wonders and unexplored worlds. A promise that every issue you read makes you a part of a never-ending journey. And behind every page, there will be an unopened door waiting for you. This story to be continued at your local comic book shop today. Visit comicshoplocator.com today.
It's what we do in the comic shop. It's what we do in the comic shop. When we power down those neon lights in the back room, we're still burning bright with Dr. Christie, real sweet too. It's time to move some back issues. It's what we do in the comic shop. 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 It's closed.
All right. Thank you, Mikey Mason, for that amazing video and the song, You're Awesome. All right, we're back. Russ, Lady Death and Witchblade are yours. All right. So, Little Sweet's back. You survived Maverick? Yeah, okay. We're going to do some $10. Little Sweet. Yeah. Maverick's little buddy, Little Sweet. So we've got some $10 books for you. We're going to start off with Star Wars. Star Wars number 15. This is part 3 of Emissaries to Malastair. $10. Someday I will be able to talk. Roy Rogers number 34 with 3 dogs. With 3 dogs. That's only $3.33 a dog. And you get Roy Rogers thrown in there for that penny. Amazing Spider-Man 161, Nightcrawler, and Punisher. And, well, Spider-Man too, but that kind of goes without saying, even though I just said it. We have Monty Hale starring in Pioneer Marshall, the New Republic picture. No number needed on this. This is a Fawcett publication. Pioneer Marshall or Monty Hale or those guys with guns. We'll take on any of them. Slightly dizzy, little sweet. He is. How about little no number needed, /Evil Ernie? /Evil Ernie. Gil! Hi, Gil. That's for Gil. For Gil, G-A-L-L. And Pioneer Marshall. That's for Caleb. We have Mickey Mouse, the leader of the club, Dell number 371 from 1952. They got an egg. Not on their face, though, thank goodness. How about Spider-Man 13? $10. I've got a couple of them. Super TV Heroes number 7 with the Herculoids, Space Ghost, Moby Dick, and the Mighty Mightor. Wrath of Tazar. We have American Flag, number 1, $10. Ray Rogers with the puppies. Here's the puppy dogs for Caleb. Mighty Samson, number 4. Samson battles the metal scavengers to save the treasures of his ruined civilization. Mighty Samson, number 4. Superheroes for Gil. We have Detective Comics. It's a 100-page super spectacular. Number 439, Detective Comics. $10. The Atom, Hawkman, Manhunter, Dr. Fate, Kid Eternity. How about number 208 of Staronge Adventures? Number 208. Eagle, get Eagle. He's the one who killed me. Spoilers, dead man. Sit in the spoiler stool for 10 minutes. Staronge Adventures 208. Here's Static, number 14. Static, number 14. Superman's in it. You can see him right there. We have James Sanchez, Staronge Tales. We have the Lone Ranger, number 32. He's in a boat. Lone Ranger 32. Lone Ranger in a boat. How about, Vision and Scarlet Witch, number 3. Vision and Scarlet Witch. I think a few people know about Vision and Scarlet Witch now. You think? Just a few?
Yeah.
Here is a Batman, number 177. 2 Batman too many. I never saw the menace, yet that one Batman couldn't lick. He can lick any Batman. Oh, wait, that would be Venom. All right, Lone Ranger boating. Caleb. Here is Evil Ernie, Straight to Heck, number 3. Evil Ernie, Straight to Heck, number 3, or HE double hockey sticks. Here is the, I think I'm good on this one. I'm just going to do this just in case. World of Wood, number 4. World of Wood, number 4. It's number 22. Jungle Girl, Nyoka. Star Wars, number 4. This is the Jason Aaron run. It is the first Kara solo, I think. $10. Star Wars 4. It's a cool cover. Sleepwalker number 1. Sleepwalker number 1. Whenever I think about sleepwalking, I think about Step Brothers. Johnny Mac Brown number 2. And Tenderfoot Trouble. We'll do those magazines here. Well, we'll do a couple magazines. We'll do some magazines. Star Wars 4. That is for Ray. All right, so these are some magazines. Here is No, I don't know a number on this one, do I? Yes, number 4 of Movie Monsters. The Thing, Flash Gordon, Lon Chaney Jr., Lost Worlds, and the Loch Ness Monster. All in here. Movies number 4. Movie Monsters 4. That is for Caleb.
Sorry.
Here is Eerie number 43. No home is safe from the mysterious Walking Dead. Not the Walking Dead like the Robert Kirkman Walking Dead. This is Walking Dead before the Walking Dead. James, send me a DM and I'll see what we can find. Creepy number 124. Looks like the Hound. The horrifying nightmares of Armageddon run rampant in A Slight Case of Maverick. Maverick. Madness. Well, you know what's on my mind. Here is Gene Autry, number 52. Gene Autry, 52. Ooh, Planet of the Apes. If you like Planet of the Apes, look here. Movie Monsters, number 2. It's got 2001: A Space Odyssey, Doc Savage, Frankenstein, Rodan, and 1 million BC, and more. Movie Monsters number 2. We have Psycho number 17. Psycho 17. Face Only a Mother Could Love. Gene Autry for Caleb. We have Brain Boy number 1. $10. Brain Boy number 1. His super abilities are called upon to halt a power-crazed dictator. Brain Boy 1. We have Creepy number 31. Maverick's back. Creepy 31. Oh, look here. Now, this is the reprint, number 2 of The Peacemaker. And the new Suicide Squad trailer right there. Peacemaker. $10 for Peacemaker 2, the Modern Comics reprint. Detective Comics, number 543, $10. The official comics adaptation of Batman and Superman Adventures, World's Finest. Joe Staten art. Can't go wrong with that. Roy Rogers, number 85. Oh, Maverick's here. Tina's here. Hi, Tina. Hey, Maverick, come here. Don't play with the camera. Maverick's got the camera. Come here. Come here.
You gave me your foot, buddy.
Here's Detective Comics number 555. This is interesting. Come here. Hi. Go. There he is. Looky there. There's Maverick. Say hi, everybody. Hi. Here's Roy Rogers, number 121. 121. See Roy Rogers? He's got a gun. Roy has got a gun. Psh. The Brave and the Bold, Batman and the Atom, 115. I know you want Little Sweet. $10. Okay. Little Sweet's going, no. Adventure into Fear number 13, $10. And that's all of our 10s. Here, Rob, I'm going to hand him off to you for a minute. Oh, nope, I'm not, because he wants me. I guess we're just going to do it this way. All right. We're okay. If he starts crying, we'll take care of it. Now we're up to $20. We have Captain Atom, number 19, $20. Look at that. Captain Adam, 19, 20 bucks. Here, just a Post-it note. We have Shazam 100-page super spectacular number 8. Here is Superman number 126. Superman 126. House of Mystery number 54. The Town of Secret Faces. $20. Here is Hulk number 147. Hulk 147. Hawkeye number 1. 20 bucks. Scooby-Doo number 7. Scooby-Doo number 7 for Marvel.
Can you do that again?
Scooby-Doo. Here is Gore Shriek number 5. Uncanny X-Men 1, 2, 3. Fantastic Four 63. Fantastic Four 63. If you like Green Lantern, here's number 116. Captain America 105. These have gone up for some reason. No idea why. Night Nurse. These are the reprints of Night Nurse. 20 bucks. I have several of those. Somewhere. Right here, probably. Yep, there's another one. Night Nurse. You're helping out Daredevil. There's Iron Fist. There's Luke Cage. There's Jessica. This is pretty cool. I'm not sure what it is, but it's a Batman book. It's got a Silver Age Cheetah card with it. It's $20, and it's Batman. It's smaller than normal size comics. As you can see here, normal size. It's in, I don't want to say what language because I'll be wrong, but it's $20. With Batman. It's a Batman book. Here is Hell Rider. No number needed. Detective Comics 408. Batman and Batgirl. Robin, what's happening to you? I call the weird Batman. That's for Kyle. Fantastic Four 110. Fantastic Four 110. It's sheer Marvel magic. Oh, 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 Marvel magic. Amazing Adventures number 5. Hi, Eric. Y'all good? It's the Inhumans and Black Widow. You find that Hawkeye. Did you see Eric's little Pikachu and Squirtle? Eric Agena.
Aww.
Sorry, Eric Agena. Here is Thor number 2. Thor number 2. We have James Sanchez with Fantastic Four 110 and Amazing Adventures 5. Right, Chia? That is for Ray Arnold. The Savage Submariner number 69 to smash a Spider-Man. I think there's a boat stuck over there somewhere. Did you recall? I don't think you did. I don't think so, Tina. Submariner 69. You did miss, what was the one that was kind of up your alley? I don't remember. There's one of them that I thought was, oh, this House of Mystery. House of Mystery 54. It's kind of up your alley. In the $20. This is a set. It is DC Marvel Access 1 through 4. 20 bucks. Batman number 1, the new 52, second print. Here is another set, 5 issues, Century X-Men, Century Spider-Man, Century blah, 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 blah. All 5 issues, $20 for the set. Batman Spectacular. This is the DC Special Series 15. Batman Spectacular. Batman, find my killer or I'll rise from my grave and hang you by the neck until you are dead. Oh my gosh. And the show I'm watching, which talks about all these British crimes, so many people, that's what they say. You are sentenced to be hanged by the neck until you are dead. That's like what it says in there. But they hanged an innocent guy. Yeah. He was pardoned 16 years later. Too late. Hack/Suicide Girls, $20. That's what I watch while I'm working.
Nice.
It's crazy. They even hang some women. Yeah. Superman. This is number 4, Bloodsport. He plays for keeps. Outer Limits number 1. And Brand New Day, Amazing Spider-Man number 546. It all starts here. All right. You ready for some big books? Because you know, I like big books and I cannot lie. That is for Ray Arnold. All right. We got big books. Try and get these in before the break, and I will be like on schedule. This is super cool. Super cool. It is it's $50. It is Movie Comics number 3. Looky there, Mickey Rooney. How cool is that? Mickey Rooney, $50 for Movie Comics number 3. That's so super awesome. Little Mickey Rooney for you. Star Wars Jango Fett Open Seasons number 4. Oh, that's a $20 book. It's $20. We'll put it there. Here is Demon number 1, $100. Demon number 1. Here is X-Men 108, $80. X-Men 108. Armageddon now. Here is Cap with the gun. Cap 321, $30. Super cool. Space Cadet number 7, beautiful shape. It's gorgeous. It's got the stamp. $30. All the young ones. Who's Mickey Rooney? Well, back in my day.
Is it baseball players or?
You just hush, Robert. Star Wars Jango Fett Open Seasons number 2, $40. Super cool. This is a beautiful copy of Detective 387, $100. It is gorgeous. I love it. Detective Comics, 387, $100.
Go.
Space Cadet number 5, $40. Here's a little Captain America. Captain America 1, 2, 3, $30. It's easy as ABC if you want to own it. Tina Reed. Tina, this is a gorgeous book. It's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That's for Tina Reed. Here is Flashpoint number 1, $60. Mickey Rooney was in The Phantom of the Megaplex on Disney Channel. True, because it has the Joker, just saying. Oh, well, you're going to like the next couple. Here is Detective number 475, $60. Joker. Joker fish. It's one of my favorite things are Joker fish. $60 for Batman Detective Comics 475. This is so super cool. I'm so excited for this. No number needed. Giant classic King Kong from Gold Key, the greatest adventure story of all time, $40. I am so ready for this movie, King Kong Godzilla. So ready.
Me too.
King Kong, $40. There you go, DC 475. Breaking up is hard to do. Well, I hope it doesn't break up before this one, because here is Batman 291, $40. It's got Joker on it. And here is Heavy Metal, $50. It's got the Sword of Shannara in there, $50 for Heavy Metal. That's the first one. It's beautiful. Here is, now, if your name's Brian, you're lucky. It is $40, Tina, for that one. This is the Detective Comics. It does not have Joker on it, but it's $80. It is Detective Comics 410. It is signed by Neil Adams, but it's for Brian. So if you know somebody named Brian who likes Batman or Batgirl or Detective Comics or Neil Adams, that's a bargain for you. $80. It's for Tina. Oh, sorry about this next one too after this. Here is Marvel Comics and the Electric Company presents Spidey #1, $50. Spidey #1. They're super stories. Maverick likes that one. Here is another Joker cover. Detective Comics #476, The Sign of the Joker. It's got a couple Jokers on it. $40. Here is the first full Dark Side is in here. Now, there is writing on the back. There's writing on the back, which is why it's only $40. Forever People #1. First full Dark Side, but there is writing on the back. No, don't go away now. We're going to get to $5 books here soon. It'll all be good. I promise. Well, after the stack, there's another couple in here that are pretty cool. Daniel Medina, Forever People.
Sorry.
Here is Jungle Comics #100 with Conga, $50. Another Joker cover. Now, this is the one that you already got, so you're safe. This is just not quite as good of a copy. So you already bought this one, Tina, so you're good. $387. It is $60. Can you just write on Medina's tag, top loader?
Yes.
And I'll see if I have some. No, the great Batman collection. You were correct, Mark Scott. That is a cute little avatar there for you. All right, here is Donald Duck. It is Dell 300 in Big Top Bedlam. It is an animated cover. You can see the directions on the back, how to make it, but do not, because you have to cut the comic up. $50. And do not cut that comic up. It's a beautiful one. Here is, no Joker, so you're safe, Tina. Detective Comics #474, $80. Brave and the Bold #60, $50. Robin, Wonder Girl, Aqualad, and Kid Flash. 4 teenage heroes in one blazing adventure. This is a super cool book too. Maverick doesn't like it. Maverick, why don't you like this? Here is Spike and Bat Meet the Cobra Woman. Tell It to the Marines, #2. Bring a friend, she says. How'd I know your date was going to turn out to be a cobra? $100. Tell It to the Marines, #2. So cool. It's just so cool. I love this. There's a $20 one. Should be in the $20 pile, but I'm terrible at that. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 19, $20. Amazing Spider-Man 1, 2, 3, $80. Luke Cage punching Spidey. Where Cap Goes Wild. Captain America 106. Marines 2. This is our last book. We're going to take a little break. Here, I love this book too. I showed it last night, but I'm going to show it again. Bowie. No number needed. Ziggy Lives, $40. Look at David. He's so amazing. He's amazing. $40 for Bowie. This is Rock Fantasy number 13. I gotcha for Tina. $40. All right. We're going to take a little break. I need to start drinking. I'll drink with you, Tina. Okay, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back. We've got more $5 books. See you in a minute.
There's something for every imagination at your local comic shop. Visit ComicShopLocator.com to find a store near you.
You are watching Minute to Skim It on the Experience, so hello. All right, we've got lots of books to review for you guys today. And Hannah just basically showed up just the number ones and showed them to me, and I was like, oh, we have
just for the indies.
Just for the indies, yeah. I was like, we have got a lot to do.
It's what we do in the comic shop. It's what we do in the comic shop. When we power down those neon lights in the back room, we're still burning bright with Dr. Christie, real sweet too. It's time to lose some back issues. It's what we do in the comic shop. 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 It's goes.
Hey, we're back. Maverick is gone. He had a meltdown. So I've got Rob here for a minute, and then Jeff's going to come in. It's like rotating helpers tonight. So there you go. All right, we're back to $5. If you're just joining us, I am Dr. Christy. Rob is here helping me tonight. Little Sweet is right here. He is recovering from Maverick. I think he's going to start drinking, Tina. He's got a little Beamer Jack, something in there, in that Dr. Pepper. Anyway, we're going to do some $5 books. Please stay tuned afterwards. There's an interview with Howard Chaykin. There is another interview with Keef Kross. And then after those, exclusively on Twitch, is Taji Beats. It's so much fun to listen to. So make sure you do that. Oh, his own entry video. Oh, he's going to come back. So just keep it. He made his own entry video. Awesome. All right. So here's some more $5 books. A little sweet, right? $5. All right. $5. Our Army at War, number 298. $5. We have Lone Ranger, number 41. He's climbing a cliff. He's cliff climbing, rock climbing. It's kind of like a Lord of the Rings scene. This is a Millennium edition of JLA 1. It's a Millennium edition, so reprint. $5. Swamp Thing, number 58. Swamp Thing.
Army 298 for Tina.
Army
Cliff
298
Ranger for Caleb.
Wait till he calls him. And Cliff Ranger. It's for Caleb. We have Mysteries of Unexplored Worlds. I don't have a number, so just Mystery of Unexplored 31. It's number 31. Witness a struggle for life or death. He should be using that trident right there is what I'd be using. Trident. Oh, Marvel Super Action number 13 with Captain America. You did miss a lot of the Batman books. $5. But there are more. West Coast Avengers number 20. The Sands of Time. It's like the Days of Our Lives thing. Fantastic Four, $294. Unexpected 210. Gone. All the vampires have escaped. Oh. Black Mask or Deadshot. I don't know. I will have to look and see which one sold. I don't remember, Alex. West Coast Avengers 19. I've got more in this pile up here, though. So they might be up here. Can you look in, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Swamp Thing 64. I love this cover. $5. I honestly can't remember what books I've sold until I go back through them. Daredevil 236. Framey Do. Green Lantern 76. Batman Sword of Azrael, Book 1, $5. Detective Comics, $5.68. Lady Death Between Heaven and Hell, number 2, number 2. Dream Wolves, no number needed. Dream Wolves.
Sword 1, Era.
Detective Comics, $4.42. This is a 100-pager. Sword 1.
And $5.68 DC for Tina.
And $5.68 DC. It's $4.42. There's $5.68. There you go. And our last one there was the Detective Comics $4.42. Death Flies in the Haunted Sky. You have a couple magazines. Here is Creepy 68, $5. And Creepy 104, Robots
In disguise.
Robots in disguise. All right, next pile. Look at me moving right along. Vault of Evil, number 10. $5. Creepy 68. That Creepy 68 is a cool looking one, man. With Santa Claus. Uncle Clark, are you Santa Claus? Vault of Evil, number 10, $5. Golden Anniversary issue, Action Comics, number 600. George Perez, $5. You got Creepy 68 for you, Tina? We have Nightwing, number 2. Look at me, I'm Nightwing. See? We have The Boogeyman. John Wick will come get him. The Boogeyman, number 1, $5. Marvel Spectacular, number 18. The Wrath of Odin. Outer Limits, number 17. It's the same picture as on the first one. It's pretty funny. Detective 442 from earlier. Detective 442 from earlier. That's for A-Rut. And Boogeyman, number 1 for Tina. Hey, Ben. The Unknown Soldier, or Star Spangled War featuring the Unknown Soldier, number 179. The Beagle Boys, no number needed, $5. Fantastic Four, $2.97. They're talking to you, Ben. Hold on, Ben. I'll save you. Why do you say leave me alone, Ben? The Avengers Frame-Me-Do, number 273. The price on Adam, bottom shelf. What?
On ASM, bottom shelf
with
Luke Cage.
Luke Cage. Oh, why was I saying Adam? $80, Alex. $80. War 179 is for Tina. Beagles, Fantastic Four. Avengers Frame-Me-Do, 2 set up. Amazing Spider-Man, 1, 2, 3 is $80. That's 80. Gil, got that Avengers. Here is Detective Comics 440, $5. It's got a little writing right there, just so you know. Detective Comics 440.
Who did you say you got Avengers?
Gil.
Gil, okay.
World's Finest, $235. Mommy had a Superman and its head popped off. It's really funny. Tina Reed, Detective 440. I've got so many of those 100-pagers. Lady Death, Odyssey number 4, $5. I love this. Don't squeeze him. His head popped off.
It's a Superman movie.
Here is Razor number 4, $5. Razor Torture number 4. The Vision number 3 from Tom King, $5. I've got a couple of those. 4-Star Spectacular number 3, $5. I want all 100 pages. All right. World's Finest with his head popped off. That is for Tina. And Razor is for Cody. So Vision, I have 2 Visions. I've got Double Vision, number 3. We did 4-Star Spectacular, Giant, number 3. The House of Mystery, number 179. I agree. Vision does need his own series again. Spider-Gwen, number 1. It is obviously the variant cover there. $5. The Gwen Stacy Spider-Gwen variant, action figure variant. I've got a couple of those. Another 4-Star Spectacular Giant, number 2. 179 mystery. It's a mystery for Tina. Marvel Premiere 37. Featuring 3D Man, $5. And GI Combat number 244. All right. Last pile of fives. Gwen 1 for Ray. $3D Man for Tina. Gotcha. Last pile of fives. We are almost ahead of schedule, I will say. And Combat for Tina. Here is Amazing Spider-Man Renew Your Vows number 1. $5. I have 2 of them. Here's Range Rider number 17. The odds were against him until he met the Medicine Man. Then he got the odds. Ghosts number 25. 3 skulls on the Zambezi. I like that, Zambezi. That's a good name, Zambezi. What's your name, Zambezi? If they were on a, what do you call the thing in the ice rink? Zambroni. What is it? Not, what is it? What do you call the thing that does the ice? That on an ice skating rink and hockey? Zambroni? Something like that? Zamboni. Thank you. So it would be a Zambezi on a Zamboni. I was getting there. That is for, this is for James Sanchez, and then Range Rider is for Caleb. Zamboni. Weird War Tales, number 46. Weird War Tales. Batman. Nope, that's not. That's $10. Here's Karate Kid, number 6. $5. Thank you, everybody, for Zamboni. My memory's gone. Number 6 of Karate Kid. $4.46. Captain America, number 243. And now Adonis. Roy Rogers, number 59. 59. You don't even know which one it is, Alex.
Fun fact, bull sharks are also known as Zambezi sharks.
What?
Bull sharks are also known as Zambezi sharks.
Zambezi sharks.
In Africa.
In Africa, they go to the Zambezi.
Yep, these are the river sharks.
The river sharks scare me.
I know. It's crazy. It's so cool.
Here is number 1 of Radical Dreamer. Radical Dreamer number 1. Deja Vu, the complete story. You may have read it before. Here is Marvel Premiere 41. Seeker 3000. Seeker 3000. We have The Mighty Thor starring in Marvel Spectacular number 12. Roy Rogers is for Caleb. Radical is for Ben. Hi, everybody. We'll get to the Batman. We have so much Batman. I, Vampire, starring in the House of Mystery, number 304. We did Marvel Premiere, and we did Marvel Spectacular. How about Swamp Thing, number 6? $5. Fantastic Four, $2.95. $5. Number 1, Hardcore Station from DC. Hardcore Station number 1. Superman, $2.47. Superman, $2.47. $5. Let's get a little Swamp Thing here. That's for Tina. Lone Ranger number 62 is $5. There is crayon on the back cover. Just so you know. Hardcore for Ben. He's a hardcore comic fan. Vengeance of Vampirilla number 12. Uncanny Season 2 number 1. Uncanny Season 2 number 1. Amazing Spider-Man 234. One Ranger with crayons. That's for Caleb. Here is Glory number 1. $5. Black Lightning number 7. ASM 234. That's for Gil. Robert. Here is Men of War number 12. Grave Digger in Berlin. Grimm's Ghost number 2. Evangeline Swimsuit Edition number 1. Lost in Space number 54. Volcanic forces crumble an alien water world. Riders of the Deep. Riders of the Deep. $5. For 12. That's for Tina. Do, 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 do. Number 58 of the Twilight Zone. $5. Men of War number 10. Razor Torture number 6. Razor Torture 6. Shoot. Twilight Zone number 33. With Twilight Zone. That is for Tina. Lost in Space is for Caleb. War 10 is for Tina. And Razor 6 is for Cody. We have Nira Cyber Angel number 3. Ghost, nope, Ghost Manor. Well, it's only $2 if you want Ghost Manor. It just got in here. Ghost Manor 39 is $2. We'll just throw it in there. Why not? Captain America 362. Captain America 362. Nira 3. That's for Cody. You see how I did that, Rob?
I did.
With the rhyming. I'm a poet, but you didn't know it. We have Cave Woman. We'll just say Cave Woman. Oh, Bunny Ranch. Cave Woman Bunny Ranch. There you go. Vampirilla Shadowhawk, Book 1. Battle Chasers number 5. Cat 362. That is for Gil. And where did I put those last ones? No, that's they're right here. Grimm's Ghost Stories number 12. Cave Ranch. I was like, I had a pile of books right here. That's for Cody. Twilight Zone number 35. I just like doing that noise. Swamp Thing 86. Swamp Thing. Boom, 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 boom. Baron Werewolves, all new. Haunted Library number 29. We've got 4 minutes till the break. Believe it or not, 57. House of Mystery, $2.98. And Purgatory, something. Purgatory, The Vampire's Myth, number 3. Haunted 29. There is Haunted 29. We have The Many Ghosts of Dr. Graves, number 66. It's also just $2 because I apparently can't tell the difference between a 2 and a 5 when I sort the books. So sometimes they just show up and I just deal with it. If I get everything right, it would be Unexpected, $185. All right. And did I just hand you one?
Yeah, Ghosts.
Ghosts. Or Graves? Yeah, Graves,
I mean,
66. Graves, yeah. Okay. Whew. I was like, wait a minute. Last book of 5s is number 5 of Dr. Spectre. Dr. Spectre, number 5, $5. Dr. Spectre and Mr. Hyde. That's pretty cool. All right. Do you want to break now before we go to 10s? Hang on. Oh, I'm on the wrong button. Okay. Let's break. Yeah, let's break now, and then we'll come back with 10s. And it'll be awesome. Okay, we'll see you in a minute. Oh, and 5 Spectre for Tina. Got you.
There's something for every imagination at your local comic shop. Visit ComicShopLocator.com to find a store near you.
That's amazing, Kyle. I got to get Grace to go back and watch that. Okay. I love that so much. It's the first time I've seen it. He just did it. That's awesome. So next time he's here, we'll do that again. That's so cute. Okay, well we've got $10 books now. I'm a little smitten with Maverick, if you can't tell. That was really cute. So $10 books now. We've got to get through 10s. We've got to get through 20s and more. And Alex, no, the Black Mask did not sell. So, and I can't remember the other one you asked about, but the Black Mask did not. All right. I mean, we haven't gotten to it yet. First book, $10. Number 19 of Rod Cameron Western, The Mad Bulls of Sinestra. Not Sinatra. That would be Mad Bulls in the Dark, exchanging glances. Here is Batman 611, $10. Welcome to the jungle. Legion of Superheroes, number 37. Welcome to Smallville. You need a new billboard now. Swamp Thing and number 40. Woo! Star Wars 33. Darkness number 2. $10. 611 Batman. That is for Tina. Oh, okay. I don't think so. I don't think we got to that one, but I will see in a minute. Gene Autry, number 14. This is really cool. Number 1, volume 5 of True Sport Picture Stories, featuring the Satchel Paige story. Star Wars 33. So that's Gene Autry. Star Wars 33 for Ray Arnold. Here is number 3 of The Green Hornet. Number 3. I love that show. We have Walt Disney's Mickey Mouse and High Tibet. This is number 387. True. So true. Funny how it seems. Oh, I didn't. Did I do that one? No, I didn't. I would have missed it. So Green Hornet. All right. And we've got Gene Autry, 14 for Caleb. Here is Staronge Adventures, number 207. $10. Which one of you is my killer? Which one? Which one? I love this Strange Adventure series, man. 207. Staronge Adventures, 207. Vision and the Scarlet Witch, number 2. I almost said $10. Western, number 70. Western, number 70. Strange Adventures 207. That is for James. We have Western number, did I say this one already? Western number 70? I don't remember. Anyway, Western number 70. This is a variant cover to Cave Woman Bunny Ranch Special Edition. It has a COA, only 750 copies. Strange 207 has already been gone. You put up James. Tom Mix, number 11. Tom Mix, number 11. Mix it up. This is a trade. It is the Death of Buffy. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Death of Buffy trade, $10. The Ms. Marvel, number 6, $10. Tom Mix for Caleb. Here is a magazine. It is Frankenstein, number 17. Preview of the Mephisto Waltz. The 4th version of Bram Stoker's Dracula. Oh, oh, oh. Gunsmoke, number 11. The marshal was a living target for a dead shot. There's dead shot. I know that's not the dead shot you meant, Alex, but it's a dead shot. Here is 100-pager. Do you dare enter the house of mystery? 226. Number 15 of Sandman. Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. A Detective Comics 100-pager, 438. The Lone Ranger, number 63. Lone Ranger 63. $226 Mystery is Tina. And Gunsmoke 11 is Caleb. And 438 is for Tina. Here is Detective Comics 450. Detective Comics 450. Lone Ranger 63 right there. Here is Detective Comics 556. 556, playing Kissy Face. Swamp Thing, number 30. Detective 450. This is 556 of Detective. Let me get 450. That is for Alex and Ms. Marvel. That is for Eric Agena. And 556 is for Tina. We have, I love these red covers, 546 of Detective. 546. I got 556 for Tina. This is 546. Here are some Deadpool 7s. It is the action figure variant, signed by Cullen Bunn. $10. I've got 2 of them. Actually, I think I have more, but there's 2 right there. We have the House of Secrets 84. House of Secrets 84. There's no escape from the House of Secrets. 100-pager Detective 443. And our last $10 is Detective Comics 548. 548. All right. I know we've got some calls coming in. Hello, are you calling? Oh, Little Sweet's been drinking. He's already passed out over here. All right. We've got some calls. Let's see what we got. I'm waiting for our call master. And then we're going to go to some $20 books. Okay, I'll go ahead and call them. We did 546, right, Rob?
Yes.
All right, so Secrets 84, that is for A-Rut. And 443 is for A-Rut. And 548 is for Tina. All right, we're going to do, I got you. I just got the message. We're going to do some $20. I think we can do this. $20. Somebody help me, Little Sweet. Yep. Our Army at War number 73. It's a shooting gallery. Number 73 of Our Army at War. This is pretty eerie. This is not the magazine. This is the comic size. Eerie number 15. Eerie 15. I can't seem to control the car. It's as if I'm floating in air, guided by that mysterious figure. That would be freaky. I wouldn't be so coherent. I would just be going, ah! Joker cover. Detective Comics 569. Detective 569. Captain America, number 209. He's real fine, my 209. Star Spangled War Stories, number 125. Tidbit for a Tyrannosaurus. Nom, 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 nom. DC 569. That is for Tina. We have 80-page giant Batman, number 198. Number 198. I did Cap, right? Yes. War 125. Did I do Cap? Yeah, 209, because I sang that song. Okay, this is a Iron Man custom edition number 1, exclusively from DJ1, DJI. It is $20. They are scarce. 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 Batman 198. That is for Tina. Erie, our Army at War 73, still up there. And the Iron Man Custom Edition 20. I think of everybody. I try and have a little bit for everything. Plus, I put books out that I think are cool. And I guess we have similar taste, except I'm okay with writing on covers. Well, we did just get that huge collection of Batman, too. It was awesome. It's awesome. Here is DC Special, The Untold Origin of the Justice League, DC Special 29. War 74, is that right there? Hint, hint, wink, wink. So DC Special 29, 20 bucks. My Greatest Adventure, number 52. DC 29 is Tina. Our Greatest Adventure 52. Hello, Governor. House of Mystery 141. $20. With the Alien Gladiator. Russell Crowe's counterpart in an alien world. His name is Tugga.
Tugga!
Tugga!
Wally B.
All right, this is in a little bag still. It's 3 comics in here. They're all reprints from Toys R Us. There's Detective Comics. I think there's a Batgirl. There's 3 of them. It's $20 for the set of 3, still in the bag from Toys R Us. Hello, Governor. Captain America, number 1, Rob Liefeld. Big old cat, $20.
There's like some muscle and then like a skull in there somewhere.
Yeah. Here is Snagglepuss, number 4. Exit stage right. Or is it left? Exit stage left. Here is Johnny Cash starring in The Man in Black. It's not Johnny Cash. That's a lie. Man in Black, number 2. $20. It's a thrill adventure. What twist of fate foiled the assassin's bullet? Well, that little kid tripped him. Well, that tripped him, but that oh my goodness, what is it? What's happening? Man in Black. Johnny Cash was in a great, speaking of Man in Black, great issue of Columbo. Donald Duck and the Gilded Man. Walt Disney 422. Kid Colt Outlaw, number 100. Detective Comics 575. Batman's got a gun. Shh. Luke Cage, Hero for Hire, number 2. Suicide Squad, number 23. It's a picnic time. Picnic time. Well, Tom and Jerry. This is Del Giant 21, but it is number 1 of Picnic Time. Amazing Spider-Man, number 360. And Star Wars Jango Fett Open Seasons number 3. What we got? DC 575. That's for Tina. And that's it of the 20s. We got through those. All right, we have 14 minutes. It's getting you a little sweet. We've got some big books. I like big books and I cannot lie. All right, Alex, I was going to show you. No, here's the dead shot. It's right here. Batman 474. There's the dead shot. It is $80, Alex. Deadshot's Revenge. As soon as I saw it, I was like, hey, I get to thinking. Sometimes I can think. Sometimes I can't. All right. Here is. Well, Tina, I think Tina got it. Well, she got 575, but did we already get 575, Rob? Can you just check? It'd be the last one I gave you before that one. $575? Yes. Okay. Swamp 7. It says $30. That is for, I think, hang on. Here is Bugs Bunny and Porky Pig. This is Giant number 1. Porky Pig, Bugs Bunny, $60. Swamp 7 for A-Rod. Here is Thor number 156. Thor 156. That 474 went to Tina. All right, sorry. Buck Rogers, number 4. Buck Rogers 4, $60. That was 474, and it was called for Tina. Here it is, number 1. It is the reprint of the Peacemaker, number 1 reprint, $40. It's got a, what do you say, with a bucket on his head or a bowl on his head, something like that. Here is $50, Batman 404. Batman 404. The saddest cover we'll see tonight. $50. Avengers number 49. $50. Batman 404. That is for Tina. Here is Detective Comics, number 268. The Power That Doomed Batman. That strange glow has given Batman super strength. Yes, but it will also destroy him. want to make sure, 268. I couldn't tell if it was a 5 or an 8, and I don't have these all memorized. I have all the winners of the Indianapolis 500 memorized. Well, I did at one point. I probably couldn't do it now, but, you know. 268. That is for Tina. Adventure Comics number 260. $100. The Kent Second Super Son. We like you better than him. Martha.
Let's see, what's it like?
West Coast Avengers number 45. Colorless Vision. $100. I don't know why I was talking so loud. I'm going to show this slab. It is a 9.6. Sensational She-Hulk number 40. 9.6. It is $250 for She-Hulk 9.6. Well, She-Hulk 40, 9.6. This is it because you demanded it. I'm going to put that down here. Where's that one? Oh, I didn't. Did I not show this one? I'm going to do this. It's a $10 book, but I don't know why I put it down here. It's March of Comics featuring Roy Rogers. It's $10. I don't know why I missed it. I probably set it down when I was thinking about something else. You know how I roll. All right. Detective Comics 566. Detective 566, $60. There is Roy Rogers. That is for Caleb. Such an awesome She-Hulk. That isn't such an awesome She-Hulk cover. I think this Vision cover is freaking amazing also. DC 566, Tina. What is a night on what we do in the comic shop without a giant size Man Thing? Giant size Man Thing number 5, $30. Three Faces of Fear, Larry, Moe, and Curly. Giant size Man Thing number 5, $30. Peter Parker, The Spectacular Spider-Man, number 1, $50. I'm going to show this again because I think it's so super cool. This is Web of Evil number 20. It's got some writing on it. It is $100. The Monster from the Deep. I just think it's so super cool. And this one, it's the House of M, number 1. It is signed by Bendis and by Koipel, Oliver, the artist and the writer, $120. It is in beautiful condition. Like it's in beautiful condition. House of M, number 1, signed by both the writer and the artist, $120. The Web of Evil is $100, Ben. But you can see up here it's got some writing on it. Somebody decided to write on it. I gave you 566 for Tina, correct?
Yes.
Detective Comics. Yep, we got that one. We have Marvel Must-Haves, Truth, Red, White, and Black, featuring Captain America 1 and Ultimates number 1, $50. We have for $100, Batman 366. Batman 366, the Joker is wild. We already knew that. And crazy. $100. We have this Bowie book, which I can't believe somebody hasn't snatched up because it's amazing for $40. There's a star man. And Ziggy plays guitar. It is X-Men 139, $40. Batnab, 366. Did you mean 366, I'm guessing, Tina? Because that's the one I showed. This is so cool. I can't believe somebody hasn't snagged this one. The Jetsons number 1, $150. Meet George Jetson. Jane, is it his son Elroy, and then Jane, his wife? Daughter Judy.
I don't remember.
I can't remember the order. Anyway, it's the Jetsons, number 1, $150. Gotcha, Tina. Incredible Hulk 282, $50. This is the first team up of Hulk and She-Hulk fighting together. The House of M variant, #1 variant, is on fire. It's crazy. And signed by Bendis and Coipel, both in silver, mind you. I'm just saying, this is just, 1, it's an awesome cover. 2, it's House of M. And 3, it's signed. I think it's just super awesome. I'm going to put it down here. Sorry, David Bowie. Batman 366. Is Batman 366. Did we sell Batman 366? Yes. Batman 366 is sold. It was what, 100? I believe.
I think so. Yes.
Here is Strongay Tales #101. Strange Tales 101, $400. Human Torch. If I save those men, the destroyer will go free, but I can't let them fall. I can't. Here is Adventure into Fear #19, $100. It is the first Howard the Duck. Adventure into Fear 19. We're going to go right up to 8, right? So I'm going to show these. Batman 286, $30. Joker on a coaster, couple Jokers. Tales to Astonish, 54, $50. $286. I did 286. No, I haven't shown the Black Mask one yet. It's coming up, though, I promise, Alex. So Tales to Astonish, number 54, $50. Forgetting where I'm putting things. 286 Batman. This is super awesome too. $100. Amazing Spider-Man 16 annual, king size. Monica Rambeau. $100. That's a hot, hot, hot book right now, along with House of M. I wanted to make sure I showed those couple. Oh, I'm going to show this because this is freaking awesome. And it's such a good price. Watchmen, 1 through 12. The original series, 1 through 12, $120. Captain America Framey Do, Cap 323, $100. Roy Rogers number 3, $80. Fantastic Four 66, $150. Flash Gordon number 1, $30. $386 of Batman, $80. Here is the number 1 in a 1-issue micro series, Michelangelo, $40. Strongay Tales, number 135, $40. The Spider-Man annual condition. Batman is for Tina. Alex, I'm going to find you one, okay? I'm going to find you one of those. A-Rut. Michelangelo, did I put that over here? Oh, I put it over here. Yep. Michelangelo, that's for Ray. Condition on Spider-Man Annual. 1 second. Strange Tales is for James Eric Robertson. Hi, James. On the Spider-Man Annual, It's in nice condition. I would say it's, how they're going now, I would say it's probably at least near mint. It's really, really nice. Tina, that is between you and Alex. Because I will find another one, because that's what I do. You and Alex can discuss that. It's between you two. We'll do whatever you guys want. Amazing Spider-Man 16 annual. This is such a hot book right now. Oh, we're going over. And I didn't even show these. Okay. This is super cool. The first appearance of Madman, Creatures of the Id, #1, $200. Oh, Alex, since Tina's over on, what is it? Not Facebook. On Facebook, on YouTube. Sorry, my mind's gone. YouTube. Thank you. I couldn't think of that word. Alex, Tina said, if you would like him to have 386, I am okay with that. So if you would like 386, just put on there, Tina. I don't know if you guys can see each other's. You can't see each other's comments, but I can relay that to her. So you let me know. Creatures of the Id, $200. Amazing. Michael Allred, first Madman. Blue Circle Comics, $40, #6. Martin Kane, Private Eye. Uncle Scrooge Goes to Disneyland, #1, $40. I'm going to go over just a little bit. I'm going to see if we have any thing right in here. Django Fett, $50. It's the trade. Dr. Starange, it's only $20 for $175. And Starange Tales #136, $60. And I think that might be it. We'll show Swamp Thing #2, $30. Captain America 108, $40. Marvel Team Up #4, $40. And last book of the night, where did it go? There it is. $60 for Vision and the Scarlet Witch, #12. Doctor Strange 174. Excuse me, Doctor Strange 174. Where did I put it? It's over here. We got it. Doctor Strange 174. All right, Alex, if you were there, please, if you're there, please let me know. Otherwise, I will send you a message and let you know what 174 was for James Eric Roberson. I also have, or was it 175 for $20? I don't see a 170. Strange Tales 136.
Which one?
Doctor Strange, not Strange Tales.
Okay.
174. I think it was 175. Pretty sure. Here's this Batman for $10, $5.55. Do you want 175, James? Because I think that was the one. Unless I put it over here, but I don't think I did. Nope. It had to be 170, whatever number it was. Okay. Just wanted to make sure, James. All right. Tina, I'm going to message Alex, and we'll work that out after the show. In the meantime, thank you, everyone, for coming here to the EXP and hanging out with us on this Saturday night. Stay tuned for an interview with Howard Chaykin, and then an interview with Keef Kross. And then over Taji Beats will be over exclusively on Twitch. So if you are new, you haven't bought from us before, please send your email to us, direct message, Christina Blanche, or What We Do in the Comic Shop. Make sure you like our page. Make sure you like the EXP. Sign up for the game shows. And we will see you next Wednesday at 6 o'clock. There you go. So thank you so much. And Kyle, take it away. Good night.
Welcome back. This is part 2 of the EXP Expo Day 1. We are here joined by comic book legend, cult figure, leader of men, Howard Chaykin. One of my favorite writers, one of my favorite creators ever. And we're going to talk about why here in just a minute. Welcome in, Howard. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me, Kyle. I'm grateful for the attention because I'm always going to mistake it for affection. Why not?
So you've discussed it many times, but I just want, for people who are joining us today, who are maybe seeing you for the first time, why comics?
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Why did you choose to work in this field? You're incredibly.
There was no choice involved. I mean, comics has more in common with the Jesuitry than any other form of commercial art and commercial performance. I first saw comics when I was 4 years old. I was given a refrigerator-sized box half filled with comic books of all genres. I was 4. It was the summer of 1955, and I can still bring up the sense memory of the smell of that paper. And within a year's time, I was able to read on the 4th grade level because of comic books. And my parents, who were morons, mistook this as some sort of anomalous genetic change in me, that I had some sort of superpower. They never realized that it was comic books that had taught me to read. And at that point, I mean, I'm a fairly smart guy, easy to dislike, but smart nonetheless. And I realized that that there was someone who made these things. They were a craft work, and that I wanted to be one of those people. And I've never wanted anything else as much as I wanted that. That was the prima facie of my life. It was everything I ever wanted to do and be. It's not like I had any talent per se. That is not what we're talking about here. Talent is, as you know, to paraphrase Nietzsche, talent is conviction. It's what you make of what you've got. And I had blind rage, terror, and fear. And I translated those into a desire to be. And I discovered that, I was willing to work really hard at only one thing, and that was this. I let the rest of my life go by the wayside. I come from a really dysfunctional family. And one of the means in which I dealt with that dysfunction was to bury my head in comics. And comics saved my life in every way, shape, and form. I've been a working professional for over 50 years now. And I'm lucky enough to be a member of a generation whose lives were intertwined with the guys who created the form in which we work. That they're not just legends lost to time and recollection and memory, that they were real people that I spent time with. I stand on the shoulders of giants, as I've said more than once, on Gil Kane, Wallace Wood, Neil Adams, Gray Morrow, and Joe Orlando, who rabbied me at DC Comics, who saved my bacon in terms of making my way, navigating through the business halls of DC Comics, which were run by Carmine Infantino, who despised Gil Kane. They'd hated each other since the 1940s when they met his children. And I was associated with Gil by being his assistant and basically, agreeing with much of what Gil said and did. Not so much did, but said. And it was Orlando who saved my ass at the company, making it possible for me to work up there. I'm very grateful for that. So I'm a comics man. I mean, comics is a calling. I have a distinct and innate mistrust of people who say to me that they came to comics as a player in the field which you have no right to claim your own. Comics I've often described as a frivolous medium, difficult to do well, and I stand by that.
It's interesting that that you say that it's a difficult medium that's interesting to do well. We've talked to several people today who have talked about how they've taken comics, they've started in comics, and they've transitioned into other things. I know you worked in television. We spoke to Bob Layton earlier, who's working in film now, writing films and doing that kind of thing.
Does he actually get produced?
He has his own production company. They're on hiatus because of the pandemic, but they've got a movie that's ready to go with an A-lister who's going to star in it, and just waiting for things to open back up so they can finish the project. But I think it's interesting, and maybe you can speak to it, that comic people can go into other things and be very successful, but it's very hard for people to come from other things into comics and be successful.
I don't think either of those are particularly true. I think that comics has become, certainly over the past 25 years, thanks mostly to Stan Lee as a figurehead of the marketplace, a writer's medium, which is absurd. Comics is populated with hundreds of professional writers who haven't got a clue about how to tell a story visually. And an audience that has been infantilized and educationally diminished by the life experience they've had, who read comics as if it was literature as opposed to the junk that it is. And comics is I did not work in television because I wanted to work in television. I should explain. I did this because I had to. I mean, I had an epiphany between the time I was 34 and until the day I turned 35, that I had no prospects, and that as good as I am in comics, I know how good I am. This is not self-deprecation. I also recognize the fact that you said earlier, I'm a cult figure, and that cult figure does not translate into an easy retirement and an easy life. Comic books is filled with people who think that the heat they've got in this moment of time is going to last forever. I speak from personal experience as a member of the board of the Hero Initiative. I made a conscious and educated decision to move to California the day before I turned 35 to take advantage of what little attention I had achieved from the first major success I had as a professional, which is American Flag in 1983, which is not a huge commercial success by any means. It was a success d'estime, in which I garnered some attention in Hollywood. I got an agent, and that turned into a television career. I spent 12 and a half years working on staff in a business that is not a freelancing business. And what the result of that was that I have a pension, I have real estate, and I have a life. And because at 35, I realized that I had no prospects whatsoever, that I didn't know how to get health care. I didn't know what life would be like should I get this old. And I did get this old, and I'm this old and happily in this old person's body because of the choices I made. But had I been able to achieve the kind of commercial and financial success that television gave me, that gave me the house at the beach, which I own outright without a mortgage, and an income and a lifestyle that makes it possible for me to live and eat, I would never have left comics. But comics is not there for me in that regard. I'm not a commercial figure. The way you become a successful commercial figure in comics, for the most part, I'm talking about mainstream comics, I'm not talking about graphic novels or all that art school crap. I'm talking about mainstream street level material. The way you achieve success in that frequently is to identify and associate yourself with a character that is either moribund, that part of the audience wants to see more of, or a character that has already exists, and you become part of that train. And I never did that because I'm just not that interested in that. I was a superhero comic book fanatic as a little boy, and within days of my becoming a working professional, my interest in that material vanished entirely. And I'm appalled at the number of my colleagues who still read superhero comic books for entertainment. It's what the hell are you thinking? I love the comics medium. I'm not particularly interested in the content of the material as the mainstream lays it out, which my career has demonstrated. I mean, I've taken advantage of the fact that I don't need the attention and approbation of approval, rather, of an audience that is institutionalized in its gatekeeping, to do whatever I damn well please. And and I have not, I mean, I'm bitter. And understand, I'm not thrilled about the reality that I'm not accepted as a part of the bulwark of the mainstream. But on the other hand, it gives me enormous freedom. It means I don't have to do the same Batman nonsense every day of my life. It means I don't have to associate myself with adolescent power fantasy junk for which I have contempt. I mean, I'm certainly capable of producing that material, but only as a journeyman. And again, I've often said that I bring the same level of effort to doing work for a corporate enterprise as I do for myself, because the work deserves it. But let's face it. I mean, I'm just not that interested in stories about people with stuff coming out of their eyes or their fingertips. It just doesn't interest me very much.
Well, and I want to talk about some of that stuff that you mentioned about the not superhero stuff that you've done. But I wanted to first ask you, 18 years old, you started working with Gil Kane, who for so many of us was, and for so many in the industry was kind of this high water mark to learn from. What was that like?
Well, I met Gil when I was 13. I was selling books that I'd stolen from a friend of mine at a used bookstore. And Gil was in this bookstore looking for Will James books. Will James was a children's book writer and illustrator whose horses were just gorgeous. And Gil learned a great deal by drawing horses for his Western stuff from Will James. I then went to work for him 5 years later because his assistant had died in his sleep. And I went to work for him, and I had no talent or skills. I mean, he told me he dismissed my work as junk, out of hand. But what I didn't know, because I didn't have a broad historical perspective, was that his career arc was very similar to mine. He also started just awful. He had no skills at all, but he had hunger and rage. And he was better than I was when he started. I mean, let me say here and now that he could at least put a page together. I could not. But the experience taught me a valuable lesson, in that lesson being how to get up in the morning, sit down at your desk, and do your job, whether you feel like it or not. The experience I had in those first couple of years working with Gil Kane and then working with Wallace Wood told me that I was terrified that I ended up like Wallace Wood, but I really wanted to end up like Gil Kane. Now, Gil was a very complicated and contradictory figure. He really was. He is as guilty of everything that he's been accused of in terms of Ghanafdom as he is. He truly was. He stole artwork and all that stuff. And there's no question there. It happened. It was real. And his self-justifications are absurd. But I miss him terribly. I truly do. I realize when I open my mouth onto regular occasion, what I've learned from him and what I've absorbed from him remains a part of my thinking. Anecdotally, it's worth noting that as good an essayist he was, as a good thinker as he was, he couldn't write comics worth a damn. His writing was terrible, just awful. It was pretentious, it was pedantic, it was prolix, and just a mess. And that's true of many of most of my mentors. I mean, I can't think of anybody I worked for or with who could write worth a damn. And that's what separates me from that pack. I'm as good a writer as I am an artist. And in a marketplace that identifies the writer as the alpha in comics, being able to write and draw my own stuff would seem to be an advantage, but it's really not. Because the perception is left that if I can write this well, why would I bother drawing it? That sort of thing. And that really is the reality of my experience. So yeah, working with Gil Kane was a constant lesson. It lasted about a year. I think he died owing me $50, and I cherish those memories. It was just an astonishing time in my life. You know?
It's interesting.
To a certain extent, I memorialize it in the latter part of the second arc of Hey Kids Comics.
And I want to talk to you about Hey Kids Comics, but it's interesting what Bob Layton said that Dick Giordano taught him, and what you were talking about with what Gil taught you are incredibly the same. not treating this as a hobby, treating this as a job. Get up every day, do your work. Strive to be better, things like that. I think it speaks a lot to that generation of Dick and Gil, that they treat it as a job, and so many people today treat it as a hobby that's also their job.
Well, I mean, I did a seminar at Marvel Comics for 6 years. And in the course of that seminar, it was a 3-day workshop where they would bring in 5 guys who they had under contract back in the days when they were contract, who they felt were not producing work up to the level of the money they were investing in them. And my job was the first day of that 3-day seminar was beating the hobbyism out of them. Now, I have a reputation for being a contrarian, a reasonably outspoken, not particularly corporately connected character. Okay. So these guys were flabbergasted when I explained to them that since you're no longer drawing comics for yourself on your mother's cutting board in the dining room in the middle of the night where everyone else is sleeping, you're taking money for this work, that you are now a corporate cog whether you like it or not. You're not putting anything over on the man by behaving in an unprofessional and amateurish way. What you're doing is you're feeding into the corporate control of your life and confirming all the worst suspicions about you as an artist. A contributing factor to why writers are the alphas in comics is that for the most part, they're smarter than artists. Artists are stupid enough to think they're putting something over on the world by behaving like amateur dickheads. And that amateurism, that hobbyism diminishes and hampers the power wielded by the true alpha as opposed to the writer alpha in the comic book business.
So I want to talk about your writing, and I want to give you, a cheap plug for you. We did an interview earlier this week with Nick, but you talked about your writing on Substack. And I immediately went over and subscribed, and I've been reading it every day, trying to go back as far as I could and just reading one article a day on there. And your writing is of a level that the writer artists we see, there are very few who do it well, but your writing is of a level that's equal to your art, and it's very impressive. So which would you call if you had to pick one, would you call yourself a writer, or would you call yourself an artist, or do you just call yourself a creator?
I'm a cartoonist, and I'm a cartoonist. It means that I write and draw my own stuff, and that even when I'm drawing a story from another writer, I'm still participating in the writing in the sense that I'm the delivery system for a template. The Substack material is an extensive series of opinion pieces, which are part and parcel to the point of view expressed in my comic stuff, but they're there as much as anything else to confirm everybody's worst suspicions of those who've actually paid attention to the work that I've done. The misperception of who I am in the context of comics is both alarming and saddening. I've said this more than once, and I'll be writing a piece about this next week, that the woke left regards people like me as a dangerous adversary to be crushed and canceled, whereas the Nazi right regards me as a potential ally because I've been offended by the woke left. Please. They're both idiots. The ineptitude on both sides is shocking to me. I'm not a centrist by any means, but I'm certainly not an authoritarian wokist or a totalitarian rightist. The work shows that in every way, shape, and form.
Absolutely. And that's something I wanted to ask about is you have for years, and you can see it in a lot of your creator-owned work, things like Black Kiss and Divided States of Hysteria. You've never shied away from a topic that would make people uncomfortable. And I think that is, I don't want to say this in a way that feels like I'm blowing smoke at you, but I think that that's rivaled by very few in the industry of having that lack of fear. I think Will Eisner had it in the way he presented New York. I think Harvey Pekar had it in looking at the way he looked at the world. I think you have a very unique lens through which you look at things, and you express that through this medium. Do you think comics should be a means for that kind of dialogue?
I have an aversion to the word should. I think the word can is more likely appropriate.
Okay.
I accept the fact. I'm embarrassed by the fact that it took me so many years to understand the reality that when the Comics Code Authority came along and infantilized comics, it also infantilized the audience. It drove away an entire swath of the audience that might be interested in something other than in teenage junks, funny animals, and superheroes. And those people came back in the early 60s with the undergrounds, but significantly, very few people came back with in the mainstream producing genre material as opposed that wasn't simply outrageous humor based. It was heavily influenced by Kurtzman's Mad, but not very influenced by Kurtzman's Two-Fisted Tales of Frontline Combat or Johnny Craig's Crime Suspense or Shock Suspense, the liberal hysteria comics. And I'm influenced by all of that stuff to a profound degree. And I have an aversion to the maudlin. I have an aversion to the treacly. And which is one of the reasons why, as much as I love the spirit stuff that, in Eisner's early years, I find his later work condescending and treacly and just bullshit in no uncertain terms. The reality is that the comic book audience tends to embrace a self-congratulation and a smugness. I think in retrospect, one of the reasons why I think that I'm as marginalized as I am is that I'm looking at a comic book business and an industry that regards adversaries and antagonists with as if they are, quote, villains. The Joker, Luther, these mustache twirling melodramatic throwbacks to the 19th century, stage drama. Whereas actual villains look very much like normal people and heroes and just behave that way. And that in real life, the actual antagonists we have, earnestly and honestly, I believe, beyond nihilism and cynicism, we can believe they are operating from a perspective of enlightened interest, self or otherwise. And that the anodyne nature of comic books, the institutionalized gatekeeping that sets the series of bullet points of acceptability in mainstream comics is absurd. Let's face it, Batman at its core is about a rich guy who had a bad day when he was 8, and his life is perceived through the scrim of a 15-year-old boy's idea of how such a thing would traumatize an adult. And I don't know a lot of 15-year-old boys who have any real idea of what actual adult trauma looks or feels like. By the same token, if you accept the Superman myth as a parallel of Jesus or Moses, the arrival of God on Earth is not going to be an era of well-being for the rest of us. You can tell me all you want about Ma and Pa Kent inculcating American values into young Kal-El, but the truth of the matter is, once power is manifested, power manifests itself. That's just the reality. So comic books are based on a self-reflective series of lies that the audience wants to believe and rejects material that rejects those belief systems. And it's one of the reasons why I tend to do genre material, westerns, crime stories, war stories, in which the clear-cut nature of good and evil does not exist. I reject it out of hand. But again, I recognize the fact that having made that choice, I'm working in the wrong business.
So something that makes me kind of unique amongst my comic book peers and friends is that I read a lot of stuff way too young. I was the kid who was I wasn't 10 years old and I was reading Preacher. So I discovered the undergrounds or the early indies much younger than many people I know did. So I was reading Will Eisner's original Spirit Run. In my teens, I was reading your work with Howard Chaykin on the Spirit in my mid-teens, or on the Shadow. I'm sorry. I was reading, Harvey Pekar, American Splendor in my teens, and a lot of these genre books, as you call them, as rightfully so. So I've always been fascinated by that type of storytelling. Where do you? They say comedy is tragedy plus time, and I think that the storytelling in comic books has a similar formulation, that it's you perceive it, you see it happen, and then you process it as a writer or creator and are able to tell the stories that people are actually experiencing, real cities, real places, real times. Your Shadow really does reflect the true nature of New York at a time in New York, before it became Disneyland. So what do you think that is? What does that look like from when you have an idea or you see something that you want to tell a story about to actually putting it on a page?
Well, I'd never ever considered the audience. I used to. When I did Flag after being away from comics for about 2 years. And I spent 6 months revving up for the experience, looking at what was being looked at commercially, and I went and did what I did. And the reality is, I don't have any interest whatsoever in screened memory or secondhand opinion. I like darkly comic narratives with self-aware characters who, may not be realistic. I mean, verisimilitude and realism are very different things. Comics is not a medium that lends itself to, at least from my perspective and with my toolkit and my skill set, to deeply realistic material. But I could at least convey an atmosphere, a theme, a set of narratives that feels realer than what I grew up reading. I just cannot become deeply enthused about the sort of thing that the rest of the audience is deeply enthused about. I don't share the sensibilities of my audience, and it saddens me, because I'd like to have a bigger footprint. I often dismiss the first 10 years of my work, and people mistake that for just self-deprecation. And one of the reasons that work is so popular is because it's associated with a brand that is incredibly popular. That, years ago when John Lennon said that the Beatles were bigger than Jesus, he should have taken a look at the fact and noted that in a couple of years' time, Star Wars would come along, and that would be bigger than Jesus. Star Wars has become a cultural touchstone in a religion. And the reason that the work that I did in that book is so well received is because of the branding of the material, not of my work. The audience in comics has been convinced of the value of the material as opposed to the talent producing the material, which is sad. It really is, because basically these aren't really characters as much as empty vessels and plot devices who are at the mercy of the talent producing them. So I do whatever I damn well please and hope for the best. I don't feel the particular call to finding out what the audience who's reading this or that superhero comic book cares about, because it's not something I can address. It's not something I can answer with any real conviction.
Sure.
If I do mainstream superhero comics, my job is to avoid appearing parodistic. but to convey at least some sort of responsibility to the corporation that owns that material for the sake of the time in which I spend on the material. Does that make sense?
It does. I just froze, didn't I? It totally makes sense. And that's, I want to.
You disappeared from me audibly.
Yeah, I muted my mic so I could cough and forgot to unmute it.
It's going to be that. I want to hear that racking, wretched cough. I want to know that there's tuberculosis has not left us as a culture. Tuberculosis has not left us as a culture.
It has.
He's a longer.
It's true. No, so I've been working towards it kind of in the way I've been thinking about this. Hey Kids Comics is kind of an unabashed look at the reality of the comic book industry.
Well, it's a subjective reality. Understand? It's completely subjective.
Well, it's heavily informed by the reality that you have lived.
Well, I've often said that a lot of it didn't happen, but it's all true. I stand by that.
So
I mean, when
go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Well, I was going to say there's one volume out. Tell people what that was about.
Well, interestingly, the year before I did it, I put out a request for people with anecdotes. And every single thing I got from everybody was a settling of scores, which I really resented because it was the last thing I wanted to do. I wanted to do what was basically a somewhat toxic love letter to the business that has given me my life. It's filled with avatars, some of whom are very directly related to real people, some of whom are combinations and conflations. It was an absolute pleasure to do. It truly was. The second arc is called Profits and Loss, and it'll start coming out this spring. It's finished. It's completely done, all 6 issues. It's somewhat more linear than the first arc. It covers the 30-year period with a couple of little sidebars. And it continues the characters we've met. It introduces a new set of characters from that period, and also 2 more generations, and a taste and a whiff of the third following that. Those who've read it have said that it's a little less bitter than the first arc, but thematically speaking, what underpins that first arc, those 5 issues, is a story of people who came back from the war, who were looking for somebody to tide them over while they found something to do with their lives. And they woke up at 60 and 70 and found they'd been doing the tiding over thing for 50 years. And discovered that the work that they had dismissed as irrelevant and valueless had made billions for other people. And there's a lot to be bitter in that regard.
I loved it because to me you see a lot of these books about the comic industry, and it's how to draw comics the Marvel way and how to write like so and so and how to do this. But this felt real to me. Knowing how many artists and creators I know, this felt like it had a lot of that realism that I thought was really refreshing in a book, telling stories about the industry.
Well, I mean, I have to tell you that, like a lot of my stuff, my primary readership in this book was fellow professionals. People read this book and were nodded their head in agreement. They knew where it was coming. I'll be curious to see what happens with the second arc, because that's also filled with avatars, many of whom are of people who are actually still alive. So there's a possibility that when and if the convention business becomes an in-person experience again, I may get my ass kicked. It's very
Well, it's somebody once told me that if they're not willing to kick your ass for doing it, it's not worth doing. So
tell that people working in comics, because these people are kissing ass as opposed to kicking ass.
Well, that guy was in the punk rock business, so he might have had a little bit of a agenda.
Okay.
So let me ask you about this. You Hey Kids Comics, and a lot of your stuff in recent history has come out from Image Comics. How did that relationship start?
They had been. I've been hearing for years some people wanting to do a sequel to Black Kiss, and I could not figure out what that sequel would be. And Image came to me, and concurrent with that, I was reading a book called Finishing the Hat, which is the first of 2 volumes of Stephen Sondheim annotating his own lyrics and talking about his own life. And in the course of the book, he discusses at some length the first act closer from Follies, which is probably my favorite Sondheim show, sung by an actress named Carlotta. The song is called I'm Still Here. And in his annotation, he talks about that it's a deeply fictionalized version of Joan Crawford's career. And the light went on. So I ended up doing a prequel. And it was a real learning curve experience for me. I like working at Image. Image is not the company that was in the 90s. It's an entirely different firm. And it's been a very good working experience. I'm very happy. They published Black Kiss. They published Midnight of the Soul, my collaboration with Matt Fraction, Satellite Sam, and most recently Hey Kids Comics. They'll be publishing other stuff of mine from my creator-owned backlog over the next year or so. We've got the next arc of Hey Kids Comics, as I said, plus then the final volume of the Times Square trilogy, which I started in the 80s, and which I finished this past year. The 3rd volume is called Hallowed Ground Zero, and it completes the trilogy. And I'm assuming we're going to be publishing in this single big fat volume. So it's a good experience. And I've worked for other people at the same time, but Image is my primary client at this stage.
I want to ask very specifically about Satellite Sam.
Okay.
Because Matt Fraction is one of my favorite people going.
Okay.
But I'm going to come back to that. I want to ask you about Stephen Sondheim.
Okay.
I should have known, having read.
Sondheim loves being regarded as someone who inspired me to do a filthy pornographic comic book.
Well, I think Stephen Sondheim would be a fan for sure.
I don't know. Fraction pointed out after seeing that Frank Rich documentary about Sondheim that he was like my older brother. That was fun.
My favorite Sondheim show is Assassins, and anybody who can get inside the mind of people who want to kill presidents is someone that I can be a fan of. And I like people who have a very unique point of view, and Sondheim certainly has one. And so that was what I was going to ask you: is who else? Sondheim influenced that volume of Black Kiss. Who else are some of your influences that you can look at directly at some of your work and say, hey, this is what I was consuming at the time that inspired me to do this thing?
Well, in the same vein as Sondheim, Frank Lesser, who is a guy who did Guys and Dolls, How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying, and Most Happy Fella, who I believe one of the things I learned from Sondheim is that he feels as I do that Lesser was one of the, if not the greatest, vernacular American speech in the American songbook, and a lot of crime fiction, not much science fiction because I sort of got weaned away from science fiction in the mid-'70s. Van Morrison, the band, both of which are narrative music, and I really respond to that. As an artist, I'm deeply influenced by everybody from Alex Toth to John Severin to Wallace Wood to Johnny Craig. I look at everything, and I collect American illustration. I'm sitting here in my office right now, and if I point in that direction, there's a Conti crayon drawing by Dean Cornwell from the illustration from the part of the mural that's in the Eastern Airlines mural in Rockefeller Center, number 8 Rockefeller Plaza. When and if this is over, go to New York, visit that. If I point in that direction, over my fireplace, there's an illustration by Robert Fawcett for Hickory Dickory Death, an Agatha Christie novel featuring Hercule Poirot. If I point at that, where is it? It's over there. There it is, right there up on the wall. There's a painting by Robert Fawcett as well for the art director, which is a legendary piece. So I'm looking at this stuff every day and all the time. Behind me, if I go this direction, you can see the Frank King book, Walt and Skeezix, Sundays with Walt and Skeezix. So I don't look at the stuff that looks like my stuff. I look at everything, and I'm available. You know, it's just when I came into the business. I mean, I'm born in '50. I became a professional in late '70. My generation read everything and saw everything. We read for entertainment. We were all science fiction and fantasy fans. We'd always all grown up reading Edgar Rice Burroughs and Conan. Some of us had been turned on to the crime fiction, to the Hammett and Chandler stuff, H.P. Lovecraft, A. Merritt, all this stuff. And we went to the same movies. I was talking to my wife yesterday about the fact that when I was in my teens and 20s, I never went on dates to movies. Certainly not the first time. Dates were dinner dates. I saw most of the movies I saw from my teens into my 20s with colleagues, because we went to the movies in groups. And, you know, we're in the Lockdown Film Festival, which is the subjective Howard Chaykin Festival. My wife has never seen movies. She was not a moviegoer when she was younger. So she's seeing stuff for the first time. And I showed her Where Eagles Dare last night, which I had no memory of it whatsoever, because it just kept not ending. It's relentless. And I pointed out that I'd seen the movie in its first run, probably with Simonson, in a local movie theater when we took the day off and decided not to work that day, when we were kids, 25 or whatever, how old we were. And that stuff informs it enormously. I did a podcast a couple of days ago where we discussed movies, and I was asked to come up with 2 movies that I wanted to see. One I really loved and one that had problems, and I did. And the age range of the group everybody was at least 10 years my junior, in some cases half my age. And it was fascinating watching this one young guy, he's probably in his late 30s, go out of his way not to tell me the truth, how much he hated both these movies. He just loathed them. It was obvious. He was trying to be nice, find something nice to say about these movies. And the things he didn't like about the movie are the very things that I loved about the movie. That you had to pay attention to dialogue, that there was nuance in character, that they were about characters, that they weren't about action sequences in which people behaved as if they had character but really didn't. I came to realize when I watched a couple of episodes of the X-Files, that the reason that X-Files was so popular was that David Duchovny and Gillian Anderson, an actress who I come to really admire, delivered as empty a set of performances as they possibly could, that were informed by the audience's assumptions and presumptions about character. And that's sort of how I feel about Batman and most superhero comic books. That they're not really characters, but plot devices that are used by writers and artists to sort of move it along. One big endless train, a carnival train. And I'm just not that interested.
What were the movies?
Which movies? What are you talking about?
The ones that you listed on the podcast.
Oh, His Girl Friday and Nothing Sacred. I'm sorry, My Man Godfrey and Nothing Sacred.
All right, I know Nothing Sacred. I've not seen My Man Godfrey. It's going on my list
My Man
for tonight.
Godfrey is a 1936 picture directed by Gregory LaCava, starring William Powell and Carol Lombard. And it's a movie about the rich meeting the poor, and it's a great Carol Lombard performance. She's fantastic, as is Powell. And my issues with the second film, with Nothing Sacred, is that I love the movie, but it's brought down by its male lead, who is Frederick March, who is a lox in this movie. He sucks the life out of the movie by showing up in it. I realized that it wasn't just that movie. Like we watched about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, we watched I Married a Witch, which co-starred Frederick March with Veronica Lake, which was much of the inspiration of Bewitched. And I'm watching the movie and realizing that the studio must have really wished that Carol Lombard was still alive to play the Veronica Lake part, and that somebody else should have played the Frederick March part as well. Both films share Charles Winninger, who plays a witch, a warlock in I Married a Witch, and a Vermont country doctor who's too drunk to notice that his diagnosis is wrong in Nothing Sacred. Both pictures are worth seeing now.
So I'm definitely putting My Man Godfrey on my list for tonight. But
don't see the remake. Don't see the remake. Remake is awful.
No.
Oh. It's got June Allison, which is like Radioactivity.
So I want to talk to you about working with Matt Fraction. I don't know for sure that Satellite Sam was what introduced me to Matt, but it had to be one of the first few things I had read that he worked on. What was that collaboration, right? Because he's one of the wildest guys out there, man. Some of his ideas are just so far off the wall.
I don't think Matt is wild. I think he's like a nice Midwestern boy.
He's certainly one of the most creative people working in terms of he can pull a story from nowhere.
Okay. Well, I mean, one of the nice things about Matt is that Matt has always referred to Satellite Sam as Howard Chaykin fan fiction, which I find very amusing. We both had read the same book. There's a book called Hey Kids, What Time Is It?, which is backstage of the Howdy Doody show. And it was a huge influence on what we did in Satellite Sam. We spent a weekend wandering around New York City, just looking at stations at the Kross of my life. And spent some time watching children's television, science fiction television made for kids at the Paley Center. And did some serious bonding. And the result of that was Satellite Sam. And the great thing for me about Satellite Sam was an opportunity to do so elaborate an enterprise in black and white, and to create a black and white universe in comics, different in its own way from Black Kiss in that regard, but of its own.
Certainly. Do you like that method for collaboration? That really getting to know somebody and spending a lot of time with them? Do you think the result is a better product when you do that?
Not necessarily. No, not really. It should be made clear that I did that. What you saw visually in Satellite Sam was not a transliteration of what the script said. Okay, I told Matt's story, but I did not always follow, or even often follow, his shot call. There are very few writers whose work I will approach with the idea that what's called for is what's going to come up literally. It's kind of artist friendliness, and my job is not to take a comic book script, and illustrate it. My job is to take a comic book script and find the visual equivalent of that textual narrative. I published a piece about writing in comics that goes directly to the idea of just how much responsibility the artist has to the text and the narrative. And one of the things that one of the contributing factors of why the writer is the alpha in comics today is that comics have now been finally successfully perceived and identified as source material for ancillary product for movies and television. And they're misperceived by the people who are buying them as storyboards, and that they are misperceived as stories in which comic book artists illustrate them and support the narrative text. And the reason for that is that in many cases, among other reasons, is that the people who are buying the material, the managers and the representation class, can identify the skill set required to write. They may not be able to write themselves, but they can write. They know how to use a keyboard, and they can put a text together of some sort. But the idea of drawing something is shamanistic. It's an alien experience. It's an other's enterprise. And the proprietary nature of many writers in their relationship with the artists with whom they collaborate is frequently insulting and condescending. If someone ever again refers to me as their artist, I will do what Mao suggests and reach for my gun. The writing in comics is a 50-50 relationship between the writer and the artist.
I like to refer to it as collaboration.
most comic book writers are a lot smarter than comic book artists, and comic book artists contribute to their second-class citizenship by behaving like amateur assholes.
So we're running short on time. We got a few minutes left here.
I have a nap coming up, so I'm good.
Yeah, it's been a long day for me as well. I could use one, but let me ask you this:
You're approaching dinner time. I haven't even had lunch yet.
I forgoed my lunch to talk to Scott Hanna today, so that was fun. I'm about to have lunch my own self.
What are you having?
There's a great deli near me. The man who founded it was drafted by the New York Giants back in the 70s and blew his knee out like his second day in practice. But he had a 6-month lease on an apartment in New York. So he lived there that time, and he fell in love with a deli.
Mm-hmm.
And he came back and opened a bodega-style deli in Toledo, Ohio.
What could be bad? Whoa!
Right. I go there 3 times a week at least, and get a nice big sandwich. And they're all named for streets in Manhattan. And all the sides are named for different neighborhoods and the different boroughs. And
love this.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite places. And I was going to ask you about that. That was going to be my last question, but we'll jump ahead to that. You are a notorious food lover.
I'm a fat slob. It's true.
And I'm supposed to ask in these words. Ask Howard about taking the goy to the Jewish deli. That's from Bob Layton.
I've never eaten with Bob in a restaurant in my life. It's in my memory. I don't recall.
He said you introduced him to matzo ball soup.
I have no recollection of that whatsoever. I find that unlikely. It sounds like something Bob made up. I took Walter Simon to do his kosher delicatessen, and that was a pisser. But we were much younger then, But I live in a small town in Southern California. I live about an hour and a half north of Los Angeles. And one of the things that I've had to do is unlearn eating habits of New York City. I've been away from New York for 35 years. I moved here on October the 6th, 1985, so it's been 35 years. And I miss the dining experience of New York City. Look, one of the results of the lockdown is that I don't have breakfast with colleagues every morning. I usually eat with a bunch of rancorous contrarians who hate everything and everybody, and it's a really good way to start the day. And I miss the experience of being on an airplane every 2 weeks and going to other people's places, and eating other people's food. My last trip was in New York in February. There's a photograph circulating on Facebook of me and Michael Kaluta looking like Old Testament prophets. And, that was a week of just absolutely fabulous chowing down, baby. We were at Bond 45, which is one of my favorite Italian restaurants in New York City. We were at the Smith, which is a terrific joint up on 63rd Street and Broadway. And, just all over town. And I miss it terribly. I truly do. One of the things that's happened in the lockdown is that my wife and I are cooking a lot. And I do a lot of the cooking so I can control the environment because I'm a control freak when it comes to this stuff. And my skill set, which is always pretty high, has really been enhanced. Just before I came on with you, my question to her was, do you want to have the leftover barbecue we had, a deep dish pizza, or pork chop cacciatore? The two things are easy to make. The cacciatore requires some skill and attention. I may do the cacciatore tomorrow, that kind of thing. So, but I do miss it terribly. I truly do. But when I think of Toledo, all I can think of is Uncle Tanus.
Hey, what's weird about Toledo is you got Hungarian and Polish food fusion. It's everybody thinks about the Tony Packo's hot dogs from Jamie Farr and MASH, and they're great. But we've got these restaurants where it's, we've got a restaurant here called the Budapest that's Hungarian food mixed with Turkish food mixed with.
That sounds fantastic.
It's one of my favorite. I'm talking to you about it. My mouth's starting to water.
I know. Believe me, I know the experience. I'm going to recommend the book to you. I'm going to recommend a book called Alice Let's Eat by Calvin Trillin, who talks about his experiences of eating on the road. And Trillin is the guy who got me, who convinced me that when I'm in Cincinnati, Ohio, I don't want to eat in the best French restaurant in Cincinnati, Ohio. I want a chili size. You know,
you need your Skyline chili, and you come to Cincinnati, Ohio. You go to the Montgomery Inn, get your little barbecue and some Skyline chili, and you're happy. You come to Columbus, Ohio, you get yourself a White Castle slider, and we move on with life.
I'm there. I'm telling you, man. Look, I mean, one of my favorite things about traveling around the country is going to Savannah and working my way through the restaurants in Savannah, Georgia. And there's an ice cream parlor on Main Street in Savannah that's owned and run by a guy who was a movie producer whose grandfather and great uncle had an ice cream parlor back in the 20s and 30s, and he's reinvented it. Holy God, it's fantastic. I mean,
right?
It's the butterfat hardening your arteries when you bite into that butter pecan, baby. You know,
it's one of the great joys I have in doing what I'm doing now is that I'm traveling and visiting comic shops. And so I get to go into these comic shops, which is great, but then I get to, go, where do I need to eat? And they'll be like, oh, well, there's a hot dog vendor around the corner 2 blocks down.
Works for
All
me.
right, I'm there.
Unlike a lot of my colleagues, when I do conventions, once the bell rings in the end of the day, I'm not spending my night sitting in the hotel room doing commissions. I'm having to do with colleagues. You know, I'm out there. And we're taking other people's inventory and just having the best time. And I'm on Facebook daily talking to guys like Dave Johnson, Cully Hamner, and a bunch of other cats who I'm used to eating with at conventions. I'm used to being the old man at the table and just telling stories. Lies, and serious truth. That's what it's all about.
So we got about a minute and a half left. So what are you working on now? What can people be looking for in the next year? We'll start with volume 2 of Hey Kids Comics, but what else do you got? What else is cooking?
Well, let's see. Hey Kids, number 1, Prophets and Lost, the second arc will be out in May. In June, you'll see a graphic novel from Dark Horse that I finished some time back called Sunshine Patriots, which is a quasi-Western that takes place in the streets of Los Angeles in 1911, featuring 2 heroes of the Rough Riders working for a Hollywood studio against the onset of the Sicilian Mafia. Times Squared 3, which will be a full volume of all three books will be out. And I'm working right now on a secret project with a writer who's a dear friend and someone I love collaborating with that we can't talk about yet, but we will be talking about soon. Kyle, thanks so much. This has been great. I've had a great
man,
time.
absolutely. This has been just a true honor for me. I called you a cult classic, a cult hero earlier, and it's true. I love cult heroes. Those are my guys. Those are the guys I want to hang out with. So when we're traveling around the road, we're eating food
Robert
together.
Altman of comics. That's me, the Robert Altman of comics. Or is it the Van Morrison of comics? Or is it the Randy Newman of comics? Who knows? All right, man.
All right. We'll see. We'll have dinner. We'll have dinner hopefully soon.
With luck and the will of God. Thanks, man.
All right. We'll see ya.
I'm out.
All right.
Yo, this is Iman Latif, creator of Peep Game Comics, going into our final hour here. I want to thank all the guests that came on today. It's been a phenomenal day. There's been a ton of great conversations. These interviews are going to be streaming fairly regularly on the experience. So if you miss anything, you'll be able to find these interviews and really take those in and take your time with some of these stories and some of these advice that creators are giving us. And we have our final guest of the day who has just jumped in, Keef Kross. What's up, bro?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing, bro?
Man, you probably I wanted to talk to you for the longest because like you're one of the creators I've been working with you for the longest. So I'm really happy that you were able to come on and hang out with me for a while.
Absolutely.
And real quick, I just want to remind everybody you're watching Black Comics Universe, presented by Peep Game Comics, exclusively here on The Experience. Please help us by hitting share and giving us a like and a follow. So you are the creator of Day Black. That is available. That's been available on Peep Game Comics for forever. But what I find, no, thank you. What I find and what's interesting is I picked up your book. When I picked up your book when I was starting Peep Game Comics, I love the fact that your approach to comics was not the traditional approach whatsoever. Okay, so just so give people an idea, if you pick up, Keef's comic book, The Day Black, it's not, it's typically not illustrated in the traditional panel format. You have these, very full pages of illustration with another page of story. You do all these different, very interesting, elaborate illustrations. You don't even come across as a traditional comic book illustrator. Your background is in tattoo.
Right.
I'll let you explain your background, but it's like it definitely doesn't come across or come off as your typical comic book at all. And I wanted you to speak on your personal approach and why you went to do it so differently.
Yeah. Well, actually, the funny thing about that is, tattooing is my background, but I also attended art school. I went to Columbus College of Art and Design in Ohio with your brother, homie, Jeremy. But so when I was there, the thing about it is I was so happy to be in art school. I really was surprised I even got there. So when I got there, initially, I didn't want to do what I knew how to do, which was draw, because I didn't know how long I was going to be there. So I really wanted to be a filmmaker. So I was like, I'm a major in film because let me do this while I'm here, because I don't know if I'm ever going to get a chance to even dabble in this anymore. So I just started focusing all my time into being a filmmaker, but that proved to be very expensive. Back then we were using like film and you actually had to buy these materials. Right. So that kind of fell through. But while I was in the midst of it, I was taking other classes like painting, fine arts, illustration, and I took a comic book class. And the thing is, like, I've always been a comic book fan since I was a kid. I read comics in the 90s like you, in the late 80s. But when I finally took the class, I had no interest in doing comics, like, at all. It was just because for me, it was a lot of drawing. And it was a lot like the guys that I admire, it looked like, man, they are drawing, probably have no life. This is probably all they do is draw because it was so good. Right. And I didn't really want to draw like that. I was more of a painter. I was more of a I didn't the meticulousness of it kind of turned me off. So when I was in class, I didn't pay attention. I didn't really, because I wasn't taking it serious. I did just enough to get by because I was like, okay, this is just one of those classes I got to take. So here it is, 10 or 15 years later. Oh wait, not that long. Maybe I'd say about 5 years later, I started a tattoo apprenticeship. And when I began tattooing, I started, I'll get to that. But basically, when I actually started to make the comic, I didn't remember anything that they taught us in class. I didn't remember about panels. I didn't remember. I was like, and I was sitting thinking like, damn, what did he say? Like, I can't remember what he did. So I just got to the point where I was like, look, I'm just going to do this. You know what I'm saying? Because I got a story. I had a concept that I liked. And I was like, and at this time, comics were starting to look a little different to me. Like I started to see pages that were like painted, and I started to see a lot more freedom. So it really motivated me to like really think like, okay, there are really no rules in this like there used to be. You know what I'm saying? Like you had the Marvel way to draw, then you had the Image way to draw, like all these things that they set you up thinking that this is the way you had to do it. Once I realized you didn't have to do it like that, it just freed me up, you know? So that's where the uniqueness comes from. Part my style, part me not remembering.
Oh yeah, gotcha. So yeah, so briefly, that can you touch on the Day Black story and what that story is about?
Yeah, so basically, Day Black is about a slave who gets bitten by a vampire in the cotton fields. Fast forward to present day, he works as a tattoo artist as a way to collect blood, and he lives in this town where the sky is so polluted by well, it used to be an industrial town. They had a meltdown, and it left the sky so polluted that it blocks the sun out. So he's able to walk around day or night, and he doesn't really feel the effects. It's just like if every day was like overcast, like you never really see the sun. So he sets up shop and just, you know, ends up calling the town home.
No, I really love the concept, and you're on the kind of on the front end of what's become a, you know, as far as a horror renaissance, as far as Black comic book creators and creators in general. So what was it about the horror genre that drew you to the story?
Well, it's crazy because I never really looked at it as being horror. Like I think because he was a vampire, it kind of leaned that way because that's what they're known for doing. Right. So I guess when I was writing it, I was like, well, he's a vampire, so I got to have him killing somebody. You know what I'm saying? And then, right. So I never really, it was more about, at the core, I always looked at it about, as far as being about a guy, or it's just like all your life people told you you're one thing, like you're supposed to do this, you're supposed to do that. But this is a guy who's trying to break free of that after doing that for so many years, you know? So at the core, it's just about change and about not being what people expect of you. But that's one of the things where I didn't realize it. You know, sometimes you get those themes and those profound meanings to your work after the fact. Because sometimes, like for me personally, like even if I'm working on a painting, like I'll paint it and it looks wild and everything, but then when it's done, I see why I did it. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of the times Day Black can be like that. The meaning will come afterwards. So, but yeah, as far as the horror goes, I don't know, man. Like I started, I guess because him being a tattoo artist, you know, and him dealing with blood, like everything just kind of mixed up. And because even being a tattoo artist is kind of like a subculture in itself, you know what I'm saying? So it was easy for me to kind of slide him in there. And I think the first time I really drew him killing someone, I had never really drawn anything like that, and I kind of liked it. Like I kind of liked the visceralness of it. So it's not a whole lot of savagery going on in there, but when I do it, like I go in. Like when I finally have something, I really have fun with it. So yeah, it's not really, and even horror as a genre is not necessarily my favorite, you know what I'm saying? But it's just funny that that's what kind of led me to do it. But just the fact, but if we're talking about horror, you know, one of the reasons I made him a slave, and just for record, it's not a book about slavery, you know, like a lot of people, not another slave. That's just, I use that because slavery in itself already comes loaded with horror, you know, for us, you know what I'm saying? So when you got that introduction, it's basically about him coming from one horror being delivered into another horror. Okay, the horror of being a slave, but now you're transformed and now you're transported into the horror of bloodlust, to the horror of eternal life, to the horror of, you know what I'm saying, being a killer, you know what I'm saying? So it's just I like to use horror in that aspect, you know.
No, I like that. And you're right. It doesn't, the storyline doesn't come across as gory at all, right? And now do you start from writing or do you start from drawing? Because like just following up on what you just said. Is sometimes it feels like some of the artwork in the book is sort of like you came. It feels like you came to you created that piece first, and then like the story came next, or does it work the way around?
Absolutely. If I'm having writer's block, I'll draw, and it'll manifest that way, and vice versa. Sometimes I may be working on something totally separate from Day Black, but it'll look so dope that I'll be like, we'll see. And plus, I'm at the point now where that's all I draw. Like, if I'm gonna draw something, it's gonna be for Day Black, whether I planned on it or not, because I just don't have time to really do anything else. I don't have time to really read a lot of other books, because whenever I sit down, I'm like, yo, you got your own book to write. What are you doing right now? Like, put that down and go get your book. So yeah, a lot of times, and a lot of the dream sequences came like that. Like, I'll just draw stuff like that, just bugged out stuff, and then I'll look at it and I'll kind of I'll write from it, like, what's in this, what is in this that I could use, and I'll turn it into a dream sequence. And actually, those images, like a lot of the dream sequences you see in there, like quite a few of those was stuff that I had already drawn. And I was like, once I started doing Day Black, I was like, this will be cool if for some reason he has these bugged out dreams. So that gave me the whole image, or the whole concept of him having narcolepsy, and that actually came from, because when I was tattooing, there was this guy named Rhino, right? And he was another tattoo artist. He was probably like 300-400, big dude, but he would fall asleep during tattoos. So he would just imagine this big dude lumbering over you, and then he's just like,
oh my god!
and then people would have like lines like where his needle kind of trailed on him, and we'd have to, and people would come to us to fix it and stuff. But that's where I got that from, just that whole concept of like, who out of all times to pass out, doing a tattoo, So I draw a lot from life, man. Like, life is just, you can't even write that stuff, so you got to draw from it,
Talk about your process, because I've had a lot of fun with you as far as following how, like, I know that you work traditionally as far as on paper, at least for the first couple, your first few graphic novels, first few issues, but I know that you're transitioning to digital. What's that whole experience been like for you?
It has been life-changing. Like, seriously, it's been great, man. Like, and I used to kind of scoff at it, like, it's cool. It's like cheating, but it's really not, man. Like, I feel like anybody I feel like you can necessarily not know how to draw and still create something that at the very least is going to look good and look clean, But if you actually have talent, that coupled with those tools and for me, it got to the point where, okay, I've locked in the style, black and white and red. But when you get on that iPad, on that Procreate, it's like, why am I limiting myself? You know what I'm saying? Like, why am I? But I have to keep with what I started. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have to keep with. I gotta stay the course, man. But I've still found ways to kind of bend my own rules, which has been everything up until now has basically been black and white, pretty stark, black, white, red. But now I'm like, okay, well, why can't black be shades of gray? You know what I'm saying? Why can't red be shades of red? You know what I'm saying? So now I'm starting to play around with that, and it's just really opened up. Like I've been sharing bits and pieces of stuff, but I'm trying not to do that, because I wanted to be more of a revelation when Volume 3 comes out, because it's been taking me, like, I heard you was talking to my man earlier about like, these black creators be taking too long to put stuff out. I was like, he's talking about me right now. I know he's talking about me. So I was like, I felt attacked, man. I felt attacked. But you're right though. But
I haven't messed with you as much as I mess with other creators. But yeah, you on my list. No, but but actually though, at the same time, you actually put out a lot of work. Even before this, sort of feels like a hiatus, because the last few, when you were on a tear, you were on a tear. You were actually putting out a lot of content fairly quickly. So, and also, and what's interesting is that you use. I like the fact that you created a formula for yourself that actually helps you to create more work when, by just to help people understand, like, your story. You made your character only see in black and white. and Merce, the main character, only sees in black and white and red, right? He sees blood, he sees red, that color. And so that helped you in terms of actually putting together a story or a book, you know, faster, since you weren't having to worry about coloring that book and things like that.
Right.
But I can imagine now that you have more tools at your disposal, now it's sort of like, now is that turning your story into something else, or how does that impact?
No, because I'm going to finish Day Black like it is. Like volume 3 is going to be the end of this arc, this story. You know, of course, I have other characters that I want to delve into under the Day Black banner, because it's still a town. Like anything can happen in this town. So the next Day Black is probably going to have a new main character and everything. But I also have another story that I'm doing directly after Day Black that is going to be full color. And like everything, like I'm literally practicing just so I can, when I'm ready to do this book, I'll be ready to go. But talking to like the hiatus, man, like the past couple of years have been kind of crazy. You know, I was on dialysis. I had kidney failure. I just got a kidney transplant last year. So just that whole adjustment, you know what I'm saying, has been it's been one of the biggest reasons, just getting into that creative mindset. And you know, I have a 2-year-old. It's just a lot. It's life, man. You know, it's life. And I'm not with I'm self-publishing now, so I'm not with anyone. So, but I will say, when I was, like, my editor, he was like on me. Like he would be like, all right, I need this deadline. So when you don't have, or at least for me, like if you don't have somebody like, hey, when's that coming? When's that coming?
Right.
It's more like, I'll do it. You know. But right. Yeah, I get to, but I try not to do like, I try not to think like that often, because there are people that are waiting for it and that are like wondering what's going on. So it gets to a point where you start doing it for the, I don't like saying fans, but for the people that appreciate what you do, you know what I'm saying? So it's more about, I want, like, if I'm just so happy that y'all like it, you know what I'm saying? Like, how could I not finish it? Like, how selfish would that be? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm so appreciative that people even like it, love it, you know what I'm saying, think it's a good concept, anything, you know, like, you know, how could I not keep going, you know? And I love it too. I love doing it, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. But for me, writing it and drawing it is like, it's not easy. You know what I'm saying? It's not easy. Like, I envy people that have teams. Like, I'm doing a collaboration with my man Newton from Crescent City Monsters. So yeah, he wrote a script. Merce and his character Jonas are going to be doing a little something, but just the fact that he wrote it was like just so easy. Like, it was like just so breezy, just going into it. Like, you know, I was like, this is all. I see why people collaborate. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But yeah, you know, it's a lot. You know, it's life, man. You know, I'm doing my best, but trying to get out this year, though. You know, try to get it out this year. I'm gonna release it. Volume 3, I plan on just doing a flat out graphic novel and just looking at it. I'm just gonna treat it like a piece of art that I'm putting it out. I'm not really trying to do the single issues anymore. It's just being a self-publisher, it seems less. I don't know. It's just, I just want to get it out. Honestly, I want to just finish it up. You know what I'm saying? I want to get it done because I have this other story that's just burning, you know. And another reason for the hiatus. I'm sorry, do you have some questions, man? I'm talking a lot.
No. Go.
Oh yeah, okay. So last year when COVID hit, like, it made me kind of trash the story that I had, and I've incorporated that whole experience into it because it was just too, it was just too crazy not to comment on it. So when you do see volume 3, you're gonna see COVID and how last year was for a lot of people, and how people in Day Black adjusted or persevered from it, you know. So
no, I do appreciate the idea that a lot more of the indie creators are collaborating more, because oddly enough, and you might appreciate this as an artist, is that what I have noticed in the indie community is that there are a ton of writers and there are a ton of creators that are putting out work, but I find it's rare that they collaborate with Black artists. So I have actually enjoyed the fact that, you know, some of these, you know, a lot of black indie creators have, you know, they might have put out their first few books, you know, working with, you know, other, you know, the creators, but they circle around and they're starting to collaborate with artists like yourselves. George Gant, who does some really good work, and actually and Greg Alisi, he does a good job of. He's been doing a good job of collaborating with more African American artists. Can you speak to that whole collaborative spirit like that seems to be starting to make its rounds in the community?
Man, I don't know, because honestly, I collaborated with Greg on his Kickstarter, his last Kickstarter. We did a quick little thing, and I think it was volume 2, I believe, of It's Nana. But I really haven't done a lot of collaborating. And as far as the community goes, I don't know, man. Like, I can't say. I don't know, because I'm not that much like, I know people off of social media, but I don't know a lot of people personally, because I think a lot of the times when like the Schoenberg and a lot of conventions that go on, they felt like they were always in New York or always somewhere far, and I could never really make it out there. I just could never, you know what I'm saying? So a lot of that camaraderie that I see when everybody gets together, so I've never really had a chance to really get that with anybody. And some of the experiences I've had with other Black creators haven't been the best. I'm not gonna lie, which kind of, and I'm already kind of a not antisocial, but I'm cool either way. You know what I'm saying? So that coupled with everything else, like, but the thing is, I'm dying to collaborate with people. You know what I'm saying? But I just don't feel like, I feel like Day Black is such a, as far as if we're talking about crossing properties and like meeting characters, like I don't see with Newton and with Greg, it made sense. Like with Isnana and with Crescent City Monsters and with Day Black, like they felt. But a lot of books, I don't know if it makes sense. But even then, you could still collaborate and do something totally different. I remember Greg wanted to work on a totally new story, but I was just so wrapped up in Day Black. Like, I'm just to the point where I need to finish that before I do anything else. You know what I'm saying? But I think when they, but I do see other people collaborating, and I think that's awesome, man. Like, especially being Black creators. Like, I saw this one guy, I'm not gonna say his name, but you know what I'm saying? He says, he's like, he said, man, I shouldn't even say this. Never mind. We go.
Oh man, I was getting excited, man.
Because if I could try to say who it is, but they're gonna know who I'm talking about. So I'm not even.
Man,
I don't even feel like it, But yeah, I think the community aspect is great. Yeah, it's great. It's great. And if anybody's wanting to collaborate with me, shout out to his name is Mike Preby. I haven't pronounced it, but Mike Preby. He does a book called Bar about this little barbarian teddy bear, and he reached out to me, and I did a couple pages for him, and that was really cool. Okay. So I actually love the collaboration. The more I think about it, because I've always had this feeling or this little thing in the back of my head, like, okay, am I really good, or am I just good at doing my own thing? Right. Like, am I really a comic book artist, or am I just good at doing the shit that the stuff that I come up with? You know? Yeah. So just doing these collaborations have kind of it's always daunting at first, because if I don't do it right, I feel like I'm not just letting myself down. I'm letting the person that believed in me down. So sometimes I'll just be like, no, I'm good. But I've gotten out of that like for the past 3 times, and they've come out good. So yeah, I'm with it, man. I'm with it. I'm more of an introvert than an extrovert. That's it. So,
what's so interesting is that, and maybe it's because you're an introvert, is that I've noticed that your timeline as far as indies comic books is such a different trajectory than most other indie comic book creators. It's like not only you've had a couple graphic novels already. You actually started off with a publisher, compared to other people. You actually had a short film, that tied to your comic book. You're about to have another film, done, and you're saying on Netflix and stuff like that.
Well, Well, it's actually going to be an animated.
Okay.
Yeah. It's going to be like it's going to be an well. What I could say is, and I made the announcement I think a couple months ago, but I just signed a production deal. Me and Durante Avaloy with Avaloy Studios. We linked up with Trioscope Studios, which is an animation company based out of Atlanta, and they had just released the movie The Liberator, or the series The Liberator on Netflix. Mm-hmm. And if you've seen it, they do the mix of live action, they animate on top of it, kind of like what Ralph Bakshi did with Lord of the Rings. And I don't know if anybody ever seen Waking Life, but it's just that whole style where we're actually going to have actors act out, and then we're going to animate on top of it. So right now, that's already locked up. So right now we're shopping. Yeah, I know Durante is looking at this like, don't say nothing else. But yeah, but everything is looking good. I will say that, man. Everything's
so how is it that, what are you doing? So what is it about your approach that's so different that has offered you these opportunities where it's sort of like, it seems like it would take other creators, that much longer to make these kind of connections?
Oh man, I wish I knew. I don't know. Because I'm gonna tell you, the only thing I did, because I was working on Day Black for maybe about 10 years until I really started taking it serious. And what made me start taking it serious was, I was uploading pictures to Facebook. I was just uploading stuff daily just for likes or, tell me I'm pretty type stuff. You know what I'm saying? So sooner or later, my then publisher reached out, Bill Campbell, shout out Bill.
Yes,
he reached out to me. Yeah, he reached out to me and just approached me about publishing. And I was like, yeah, let's do it. But at the time I was like, it was kind of raunchy. Like it was really like raunchy. Like it was raunchy. So, and Bill was like, yeah, we could do it like this. But he was like, do you want to have Day Black in bookstores, or do you want to have it in adult novelties in the back in the back room? And I was like, nah, you're right. So that whole version, I scrapped that and just started. But then the thing is, when somebody showed they were interested, I just stepped my game up. So I just stepped my writing up. I stepped, and initially I wasn't even planning on writing it, but I didn't want to write it. You know what I'm saying? Because I never considered myself to be a writer. I always had good ideas, but I never thought I was going to be a writer. But then it's like my character Merce, he's so much me. Like he's like 90% me. So, but I didn't realize that until I had other people try to write it. And then it just started sounding like, okay, that's not something I would say. You know what I'm saying? So he said shit that I would say. So, but as far as why, I don't know, man. I think people love the concept. People love the cover, and it's just like I heard y'all talking earlier about, he was talking about comic book covers. And a friend of mine who's in the TV industry, he said that's what a lot of movie execs look for initially. Well, this was back when like Blockbuster Video was like, people would go to the video store. They would make, they were, the most important thing to them, even more so than the movie, was the cover, because they know that cover was the only thing standing apart from all those thousands of other movies. So I always took that to heart. So even when I designed the cover, I was like, this cover has to pop, because people are going to walk past it if it doesn't. So if I think if I did any other cover, we might not even be talking right now. Like, honestly, I think that cover was like the gateway in, So, but as far as everything else, man, I don't know. Like, I ask myself that a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like, and is the next book going to be the same? Or is the next book going to have the same impact? So, I don't know. There's not much advice I could give on that, because it's not like I was sending my books out to anywhere. I did send it to a couple of people, and I got rejection letters, of course. But at the same time, the versions that I sent, these were the versions that I sent before I met Bill. So when I look back at them, they weren't good. You know what I'm saying? They should have been rejected. I wasn't ready yet. I was just like, I drew this. Let me send this off, see what happens. I'm so confident in my skill as an artist that I just figured, But no, it was more about the writing. It was more about, they were just like, you're not ready yet, and I wasn't. So but by the time I got with Bill and he edited some stuff and really taught me a lot about the whole process, it definitely sharpened me up a little bit. A lot of it. Yeah.
Now, do you find yourselves wishing, like, I never went to art school, but as a graphic designer, so much of what I learned was self-taught. And so, but now that I actually have a career in design, I wish I had paid attention more in as far as color theory or composition. It's like, there's a ton of stuff. It's like now I realize, oh, that's what that was for. Like,
absolutely.
Has anything sort of like, you know, haunted you like that? Like now that you're like really in the thick of it, you wish you would have like,
Absolutely, man. Look, when I was in art school, we were taking mushrooms. We was doing acid. We was like just, you know, I was just dropped into an environment that I was like, you know, this was stuff I was already kind of doing at home, but not to the level that when I got there, you know. So they was like, yeah, do this, you know, we're gonna broaden our minds and stuff. And it did, you know, it did. But it was still a lot of stuff, like you said, color theory. It's like, and a lot of times you hear people brag about, or not brag, but be like, yeah, I'm self-taught. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, self-taught. And I feel like that's cool, but you can't discount somebody that actually learned, because just because you taught yourself how to do something, imagine how much better or how much of just how much more discipline you'll have if you did learn something from somebody that might be better than you. You know, there's always somebody out there better than you. There's always somebody you can learn from. You know, so if I had to go back to college today, I would just, because I remember even graphic design back then, I was like, what is this? I didn't even understand what it really was, you know, so I didn't even try to do it, you know. If only I had known, man, you know. So the whole thing, I would take the whole thing back. Like, now the thing about the comic book class is interesting, though, because sometimes I think, okay, if I did pay attention, say I had just made straight A's in that class, like what would Day Black look like right now?
Right.
Like, would it be better, or would it look like everything else? Yeah, so it's just one of those things, man. You just take a chance, and life is going to play out how it plays out. You know, what can you do?
I will. The fact that it is so different, I think it's probably one of the biggest things, is because I see a lot of books, you know, as far as, you know, not just indies, but just in general, as far as comics go. And I have noticed that people have definitely fallen into a rut, in the sense that a lot of covers look the same, a lot of character design looks the same, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, but I know for a fact that, all it takes is one book like Day Black to, you know, you sit that on the shelf next to your book, and that's just gonna, you know, it's gonna jump right off the shelf, because it is so different, and you have to be looking. And I would encourage any, you know, creator that, you know, that's creating a comic book, you know, when you start thinking about what you want to do as far as your cover, as far as selling that book, really strongly consider, you know, doing something that's not, you know, traditional, or that doesn't look like everything else on the shelf, because there's a lot of blindness that goes into, you know, when you start looking at books and what people are creating, everything starts to look the same.
Yeah, especially when you stand in front of that big, all those comics looking at you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you really have to like zoom in and really, you know, discern what you really want to see. But that's crazy though. Like, this don't really have anything to do with what you said, but as far as the cover goes, like, I remember one of the reasons. So I think when I was in high school, middle school, I was heavy into comics, like Image, all that stuff. But I think when I went to college, it kind of fell off, because one of the things I noticed was it seemed like you would go to, well, this comic shop I used to go to, they would never let you open the books up, right? Like, everything was bagged and back, so they wouldn't let you open up nothing. So I'm buying books based off the cover, right? So say I buy a book based off the cover that, I don't know, Jim Lee drew it, and then I get home and it was Jim Lee did the cover, and I get home and open it, and it was like, I don't know, Jim Valentino or something, just somebody that's like, and I'm like, bro, what's going on? And I saw it kept happening. Like, these covers would be amazing, but then the art inside wouldn't be like the cover. And I'm the type of person, I'm visual, so the art has to be good. Like, if the art ain't good, I don't care how good the writing is. If I can't love the artwork, I'm not interested in the writing. You know what I'm saying? And that's probably why I like Zack Snyder so much, because, you know, a little bit style over substance for me is fine, you know. But yeah, I like Zach. I'm a big Zach fan. But
bringing that point up, there's a question that sort of speaks to that I want to show. What comes first, the story or the art? Which is easier to create? And when do you know a story is complete, or if it's meant to be a single edition or a series?
Yeah, for me, it can be both. I could come up with a concept and I'll run with that, or I could draw something that just looks like it has a lot of meaning to it, and I'll just look at it and I'll just create a story based off of it. So it really just depends. I have quite a few ideas in my sketchbook that I know if I just spend some time on, they could probably be a pretty decent story. So yeah, it's easy. Now, how do I know when a story is complete? I don't know. It's kind of like when you've been eating and you get full. I would say that because like when I'm working on a painting, like I have this full feeling like I can't add one more thing to it or I'm just gonna bust. So yeah, it's hard to describe if you're not an artist, maybe, but being a Day Black is my first story and I'm not finished, I can't really say what it feels like yet. I imagine it's gonna feel good, because I've been working on it so long. It's like, bro, I don't want to draw one more fedora. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm so tired of drawing this dude. I love him, don't get me wrong, but it's like doing it so long. It's like, and you take a hiatus and come back when you have other ideas gestating. Like, man, I can't wait to start on this. I can't, and especially now that I have we're working with the animation deal. It's like, I know I'm gonna have to finish this. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not gonna let them finish it. Like I need to have this thing locked in. Even though the deal we got now is just based off of the first 2 volumes, so the story's not even finished yet. And so that was encouraging. I didn't even think that happened. I thought you had to have the thing beginning, middle, and end finished, but apparently not. So
I mean, it worked out for Game of Thrones. So
it sure did. Even Walking Dead, I guess, because it was still going, and they deviated so much. I think Robert Kirkman is the prototype of where I want to be in the industry. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not the type of person that wants to draw for the rest of my life. Like, I don't want to do this, forever. But I am always going to be creative, and I'm always going to want to have a say in something that I created. And a say in anything that I create. But as far as just drawing, like drawing every day and
what is it I will say this. I'm not sure if it's an advantage or an edge, but I know that there's a very strong Black art community down there in Atlanta.
Very strong.
Actually, my friend, I don't know if you know Wade Harrison. He's from
I know Wade.
Yeah, he's from Toledo too. So he's down there in Atlanta putting in work, and
he is.
And it just seems like that connection to your work, like there's a ton of things I see in your book that I've actually you've actually sold pieces that look similar and things like that. What is it about that connection to the actual arts community, fine arts community, that has sort of given you opportunity to reach more people?
Well, I will say this. The really cool thing about Atlanta, or being an artist in Atlanta, or for me personally, is like people down here that know me as an artist, they know me for a few different reasons for being an artist. Like, it's either people that know me just from being a tattoo artist. There are people that know me just from being a fine artist, like doing like shows and galleries and stuff. And then there are people that know me just from doing the comic books. So I like to be able to, I like bridging that gap, because when I actually talk to them, I put them on the other things that I'm doing. But as far as like, as far as the art scene and everything, I've always wanted to incorporate that, because I think in volume 3, I'm going to have maybe 4 or 5 fine artists that I'm really cool with do variant covers. So it's instead of reaching out to another comic book artist, which there are plenty that I love and respect and would love to do a cover for me, just to bridge that gap between the fine arts and the comic book. Not like I'm inventing the wheel. That's been done plenty times in comics. But as far as the Black comics, the Black art scene in Atlanta, it's already such a movement that to carry that over into comics, it's just going to bring more people into comics that never was really into it but love this artist. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are so many people that I've talked to that don't read comics, but they bought Day Black. You know what I'm saying? Or they don't even like comics, but they liked it. You know what I'm saying? So it's just about, you know, already bridging the gap between tattoos and comics. Now I'm trying to bridge that same gap with fine arts and comics, or just art in general, because I really don't feel like comics is looked at as an art form as a whole. You know, that's not the first thing people think of, when it's actually a lot more intensive and a lot more challenging to create an actual book than to just do one piece. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and it definitely doesn't get the respect it deserves in those circles. You know what I'm saying? Like actual artists, you know, they might look at it like, you know, that's cool, but you know, that's not really, you're not doing these canvases, you ain't doing these shows, you know. So so even and I even had a Day Black art show, I think about 5 years ago. It was called Red Cotton, where the whole art show was just scenes of Day Black, like backstory that wasn't in the comic books, that that I'm actually about to do part 2 tomorrow. I'm going to look at this this spot where we're going to do part 2, and I'm going to have like pretty much pieces that are like connective tissue to the story. Like people that have read the book will look and be like, oh, so that's what happened. But people that don't know anything about the book, it'll still be like, oh, that's tight. You know, that's a nice piece of art, you know? So yeah, man.
No, I was speaking to a young artist here in Toledo about that idea. Like he's into, you know, you've heard the term trap art.
Yeah.
It's like, it seems like it's like a huge scene. He's a part of it. And I was just so fascinated by it, because it's basically just like, you know, most young people are, like they've created their own community, and it's not about what people are doing in the art school. It's not about what's showing in the art museum. It's about what they like, and, you know, what they're willing to pay, you know, hundreds of dollars for, and that they're totally isolated in their own world. And he was telling me about this idea. It's like, yeah, I want to come up with this comic book and all this kind of stuff. I said, look, you have the audience that would love, you know, a comic book. You don't have to, because he wanted to go and do shows, like traditional comic book shows. And I said, why do that? You already connected to this trap art scene. You know, make a comic book and sell it to them. Like, they'll eat it up. It's like, I think we need to find, just like you were saying, we need to find these other opportunities to create a comic book for different audiences that are going to make a different connection with folks. It doesn't necessarily always have to be you're creating a comic book for a comic book shop, or you're creating a comic book that's going to sell at a comic book convention. Like, I've rarely seen you ever do a convention or a traditional selling. I don't know if I behind the table like that. It's like you.
Yeah. I do them every now and then. But back then, like, I was tattooing, and so tattooing is one of those things where it's like, all right, I could go to this convention, but if I stay at work today, I could make $2,000-$3,000 easy. You know what I'm saying? At a convention, it's like I might, you know what I'm saying, make some money, but I know I'm gonna make money if I stay here and work. So it was one of those things where I just couldn't tear myself away from the money, which I kind of regret. Like, it was a lot of conventions that I just didn't go to because I didn't want to leave work, or I had booked up and I just couldn't leave. But but I'm totally with it. But damn, I had a point I was gonna say. What were we talking about right before that? You was talking about, oh yeah, I was gonna say there's an actual you probably know about this, but there's an actual trap museum in Georgia. There was that
that Pink House.
I think it was like 2 Chainz and T.I. did that.
Right.
So yeah, the kids out here, they love that, man. Like the young kids, like they'll draw like pictures of Gucci Man, and just like, and it's hard to say what kind of art trap. It's just really, it seems like, to me, it just seems like they draw their favorite trap artists, you know, or just draw scenes of, you know, like people, you know, trap. It is exactly what it says, trap art. It's like drawing those scenes, you know.
Yep. And then like
I went to the trap. I actually went to the trap museum, and my only thing, and it was cool, but it's like when you think about what trapping is, you know what I'm saying? I was like, this would have been way cooler, not cooler, but more. I think they should have had like the results of trapping. You know what I'm saying? Like the people that get addicted to these things that they selling. You know what I'm saying? The downside, like everything was glamorization. You know what I'm saying? And I understand. You know, these are kids. Nobody's nobody's trying to think about that. I guess this is just me, the old man coming out like, I need to have them crack babies up there, and them, to really make it a full. Like, I feel like if he had the whole thing encompassing the whole lifestyle, it would have made it a lot profound. But the thing is, a lot of times, and in Atlanta especially, like there's so many art shows like all the time. So a lot of shows just end up being parties just with art on the wall. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're gonna throw a party, we're gonna have an art show. And like I used to do those too until I realized I was like, everybody dancing around, but nobody's looking at my art. Like, nobody's asking me any questions. Like the DJ ain't shouting nobody out. Like,
I've got a little hiccup here. We're gonna get him back in just a second here. In the meantime, I'll just give a little quick reminder. You're watching Black Comic Universe, presented by Peep Game Comics, exclusively here on The Experience. Please help us out by hitting share and giving us a like and a follow. Let's see. Get my man back. Not quite yet. We'll put them through in a second here. I'd just like to remind everybody we're starting again tomorrow at 10 o'clock. We're going to be starting with, I think it's Marcus Roberts is our first guest. Yeah, Marcus Roberts. I got you.
Oh, we good. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, my bad. Was it? Okay, we good. We back? Okay.
No, we back.
Okay.
We were basically talking about, connecting to the arts community there, and basically reaching out to different communities outside of traditional comic book culture. I think it's worked out great for you as far as how you've been able to translate this story into so many other different genres as far as film and animation. Can you tell us a little bit about the short film, because you actually had some good. The vibe of that short film in and of itself was really interesting.
Yeah, man, definitely. So when we did that, it was one of those things where, and again, it's just another benefit of living in Atlanta. That's such a art rich town. Is like, literally, if you want something done, you probably know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody, and that's what it was. I just had the idea. Initially, I wanted to do a play because my wife is an actress, so she had like a wild Rolodex just full of actor friends, producers, like people that work cameras. Her brother was a cameraman, so I wrote a script and I just started passing the script. And I also went to Tri-Cities Visual and Performing Arts School. So a lot of those people that she knew were also classmates of mine who were all actors and such. So my friend Justin, who actually directed the film, and also Justin donated my kidney to me, so that was also a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
So and that's another thing. Thank you, Day Black, because if I'd never made Day Black, I never would have met Justin. I never would have had a kidney. I'd still be on dialysis right now, maybe. So thank you, Day Black. But anyway, yeah. So when I did that, it was more like, all right, I want to see how Day Black works in as many mediums as I can. Animation was always the next step. It was really the first step, but it was way more easier to just get actors together than to try to find somebody to animate it on the level that I wanted it to look, because like if it didn't look good, like if it was going to look wonky, like I'd rather not even do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to just do it just to say I did it. Right. That's why the Day Black film, like, it just looks so clean. It just looks so polished as far as like just the cameras we use. Like, it was, we really put a lot of time and effort into it. But, and we did a lot of festivals and things like that. But the thing about that was, we couldn't do a lot of those dream sequences. We couldn't have a two-headed lion, because for obvious reasons, without it looking crazy. So I had to boil it down to kind of like what we were talking about earlier about a man just trying to redeem himself. Like the scenes of going to church, and you know, if you broke it down on that basic level, you just had a story about a guy that was, you know, we did get the vampire aspect into it, but it kind of just turned out like an indie film, you know what I'm saying? Which is really what I always pictured Day Black to be, like a little indie film, like by, I don't know, like Jim Jarmusch or something like that, or you know, some just weird, you know, little director that I used to watch in college. Right. But then again, like the other story I have is like a blockbuster in my mind, you know. Okay. But yeah, but as far as the movie goes, yeah, man, it was just a blessing. We it was crazy because I remember the first time we did a table read for it. Like, it's crazy because you could write a character for so long, but when you actually hear somebody speak those words, like when I first heard Eugene, who played Merce, like when I heard him say those words, man, it was like, it just gave me chills, man. It was like, this shit is real. This shit is real. Like, I hear him. It's like you don't even know what they sound like. Of course, I based Merce off of Mos Def, like that, so I always had Mos Def's voice as far as him. But obviously that didn't happen. I was like, but yeah, I was like, that just was. It's probably too late now. Like, even if he came, it would be like, nah. She's coming right back. Come on, you come over here. Okay, no. Uh-oh. All right, I don't know how much longer we
No, yeah, that's 5 minutes or so.
Can you hear him? Can you hear him through this? You can probably hear him. Okay, okay. Come here, bud. All right. She's coming right back. Mama! You don't believe me. All right. Hold on, let me mute this. Give me 1 sec.
No problem. Baby time. 5-ish minutes. May have a cameo here. I'll share a few comments. Thank you, Audrey. This has been, oh yeah, snacks. And we got a shout out.
Okay, we're back.
Oh, no problem. We got a shout out to your boy, Justin Jordan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man, he deserves it. And yeah, Justin, yeah, he was really he works in advertising, so he had a lot of access to different camera equipment, which really and his wife, he was the director. His wife played Nell. My wife was in there too. My father-in-law, Thomas Bird, who rest in peace, he was in there. Okay. Yeah, and he just, yeah, that was great, man. It was a great experience. Of course, I look back at it now, and it's like with anything I create, like anything old, I kind of look at it like, you know, like it just wince just a little bit at some things that most people probably wouldn't even pick up on. But I'm still proud of it, man. You know, it's still, and I think that's one of the things where may have, see, and that's another thing. It's like when you have something or when you have a story like this, you really have to, I've learned that you just have to do things for it and not wait for people to do it for you. It's like when you already put the work in, when you already create the content just because you want to, like just because we did the Day Black film not thinking that it was gonna make a movie or do anything like that, even though that would be cool. But the initial was, I want to just see what this looks like. People read the script and they wanted to do it. You know what I'm saying? So, but I feel like even the hiatus I've had, like the work that I did has sustained Day Black, and like people are still interested. You know what I'm saying? People are still getting books from the website. Like it's crazy. Like I figure like out of sight, out of mind. You know what I'm saying? I know to a degree it has been like that, and it's so easy and it's so common to see that when you see Black creators, like they'll come out strong and then they just fade. You know what I'm saying? And before I've had the past couple of years that I would be like, oh man, you got to be consistent, man. Like, oh bro, you falling off. But life, man, like when you got a 9 to 5 and when you got a family and you know what I'm saying? Like when you just doing like a passion project, sometimes that stuff happens, man. Sometimes you gotta take a break to just sustain what's right in front of you. You know, sometimes you gotta put your dream to the side just to sustain what's looking right at your face. You know, what's looking right at your face, like, hey, what you gonna do about this right now? You know what I'm saying? So for me, that was one of the biggest reasons for my hiatus, but coming back strong, man. coming back strong in 2021, man.
I appreciate you coming back strong.
For sure, man.
Of course, you can find Dave Black on Peep Game Comics, but they can also find Dave Black on your website, daveblack.com.
DaveBlackComic.com, yeah.
DaveBlackComic.com.
Mm-hmm.
And those all those links will be up on the Experience website. And they got a link there to all the links for all the creators that were on the show today. Do you have anything else you want to close out with? You got a few minutes.
Man, just thanks for having me, man. I'm glad of what you're doing. You're definitely the first person that reached out about getting my book up on the site, man. So I'll never forget that. I appreciate that. And
I appreciate you, man.
Like, I feel bad even giving my link out. I'm like, I want them to go get it from you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was gonna say,
no, it's all good because the way this whole thing works, man, it's like we all one. You know, we all got to eat. Number one, so that it's not even about exclusive. It's not about exclusivity at all. It's about we all are going to we all take advantage of this opportunity. And then we're all going to get, what we're due. So there's no there's no need to worry about where it's coming from.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
I had to learn that pretty early because everybody has to still has to do what's best for them in terms of how they're going to sell their book and the revenue they bring in and stuff like that. But I just have to do my part to to basically what's best for my business. And then two, just because you're selling your book on your website doesn't mean they're going to find, because the way it works on my website, they find your book and then they find 2 or 3 other books,
Right. Exactly.
So it's like a whole nother experience when it comes to me. So I'm never necessarily taken away from anything that anybody else is doing. So
and I will say, and speaking of that, aside from getting the book on DaveBlackComic.com, you could also check out the short film, and you could check out the animation sizzle reel that Avaloy Studios did. This isn't what we're doing now, but this is what we initially started out doing. But now we went on to a new style, and you could also get the merch, the T-shirts, art prints, all that good stuff on there. So yeah, DaveBlackComic.com is the spot. And all my social media is at Keef Kross or at DaveBlackComic.
All right. Thanks so much, Keef. And we're gonna be talking again soon, man. When Volume 3 drops.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, man.
All right.
All right. Peace.
Yep.